bounce it back. Bass drops, throw you rock, shake it up again the shots, make it smooth, let it pop, bounce it back, booty drop. Bass drops, throw you rock, shake it up again the shots, make it smooth, let it pop, bounce it back, booty drop.
Stop low, dance slow, watch it flow on the floor. Ride the wave, music great, beat so tight, vibe feels right. Stop low, dance slow, watch it flow on the floor. Ride the wave, music great, beat so tight, vibe feels right.
Bass drops, throw you rock, shake it up again the shots, make it smooth, let it pop, bounce it back, booty drop. Bass drops, throw you rock, shake it up again the shots, make it smooth, let it pop, bounce it back, booty drop.
Flow, give me more, keep it stomping, bass is pumping, let it pound, feel the ground, body shaking all around. Shake the floor, give me more, keep it stomping, bass is pumping, let it pound, feel the ground, body shaking all around.
Bass drops, throw you rock, shake it up again the shots, make it smooth, let it pop, bounce it back, booty drop. Bass drops, throw you rock, shake it up again the shots, make it smooth, let it pop. Booty drop, the ground turn around, music up and kill a sound. Lemon drop, soda pop, on the move, bass drop. Take the shot, hit the spot, hit the ground, turn around, music up and kill a sounds, make it smooth, let it pop. Hit the ground, turn around, music up and kill a sound. Lemon drop, soda pop, on the move, bass drop. Take a shot, hit the spot, hit the ground, turn around, music up and kill a sounds, make it smooth, let it pop. Bass drops, throw you rock, shake it up like any shots, make it smooth, let it pop. Bounce it back, booty drop. Bass drops, throw you rock, shake it up like any shots, make it smooth, let it pop, bounce it back, booty drop.
Bass drops, body rock, shake it up like any shots. Ride the wave, music great, beats so tight, vibe feels right. Sub low, dance slow, watch it flow on the floor. Ride the wave, music great, beats so tight, vibe feels right.
Bass drops, throw you rock, shake it up like any shots, make it smooth, let it pop, bounce it back, booty drop. Bass drops, throw you rock, shake it up like any shots, make it smooth, let it pop, bounce it back, booty drop.
Flow, give me more, keep it stomping, bass is pumping, let it pound, feel the ground, body shaking all around. Shake the flow, give me more, keep it stomping, bass is pumping, let it pound, feel the ground, body shaking all around.
Bass drops, throw you rock, shake it up like any shots, make it smooth, let it pop, bounce it back, booty drop. Bass drops, throw you rock, shake it up like any shots, make it smooth, let it pop, bounce it back, booty drop.
Flow, give me more, keep it stomping, bass is pumping, let it pound, feel the ground, body shaking all around. Shake the flow, give me more, keep it stomping, bass is pumping, let it pound, feel the ground, body shaking all around.
Bass drops, throw you rock, shake it up like any shots, make it smooth, let it pop, bounce it back, booty drop. Bass drops, throw you rock, shake it up like any shots, make it smooth, let it pop, bounce it back, booty drop. Shake the floor, give me more, people stomping, bass pumping, let it pound, feel the ground, body shaking all around. Shake the floor, give me more, people stomping, bass pumping, let it pound, feel the ground, body shaking all around. Bass drops, throw you rock, shake it up like any shots, make it smooth, let it pop, bounce it back, booty drop. Bass drops, throw you rock, shake it up like any shots, make it smooth, let it pop, bounce it back, booty drop.
Come on in. Crystal's here, let's begin. No time for that fake stuff. Diamond in the rough, we dive in. Nose wide. Real talk, hit it hard. Opinions more than real. Crime talk, that's the deal. Crystal's crime conversations. Real talk, no hesitations. Crystal's crime conversations. Fun around raw, all sensations. Come on in. Fun and raw, all sensations. Let's go.
Sorry about that. Commercial came on. Hello. Hi, Josh. Hi, Diamond Eyes. So I know it looks like I was doxing Ziggy's family, but I was not. The condominium I showed was not even hers, it was the one next to it. Okay. I was just showing her within how close proximity that I know people from that area. Um, no, she's over there squilling. I never heard her say that her family was very well off and that they owned a condominium in Miami. And it remembers she was crying because they had to sell it. Well, not only did her family own this condominium, which I did not add the address to, I did not put no names to. I was just telling y'all what I found, and I'm allowed to do that as long as I do it responsibly. That's what I did. So, not only when I posted that did I find that it said her dad was the secretary, he left a pretty big job all of a sudden. I don't know why, ain't my business. Maybe he retired. I don't really care. I'm not saying her parents have anything to do with anything at all. I'm not saying she has anything to do with anything, although it's my opinion that her husband does. Now, with that said, that gave me a few new thoughts, right? She's not marrying Fred for money. Girl got money, guys. Lots of it. Okay? Um, I don't believe she needs our money to pay her bills and to pay for Fred. So that's why I posted it. Now, if you're working for your money and you want to do your tarot cards, yeah, and maybe you want to make some AdSense, Siggy, go for it. Like I said, I don't down anybody who hustles, right? The problem is you're collecting for Fred and your family can help him. He's your husband. So your family should be helping him. Summer Wells community, the little girl that is missing, and this man is being questioned in her case, should not have to help that little girl. You married him, go to your rich daddy and ask him to pay for Fred's lawyer. Ask him to buy Fred's underwear. Okay? Do not ask us. Now, something I do find funny about this building, though, there are other people I've been involved with that I'm not going to name because I can't. You guys don't know who that is, but you can guess. But they have family that also owns real estate in that same area that I discovered quite some time ago, like companies. The condominium that Ziggy's family owns is very secret. It doesn't let you know who the big owner is. It revenues over $1 million a year. They sell each condominium for anywhere from I'd say like 289,000 to 300,000. It does say there's no HOA payments, which is really odd to me for the area it's in. But other than that, I know nothing more about it. However, I do know that Ziggy does not need our money. She can go tell her dad she got married, and her daddy can pay for Fred's needs. That's all I'm trying to say. People been running to Florida back in this group. I feel responsible, in my opinion. Oops, Crystal, I meant Fergie. I didn't even see it. Hello, sweetie, Froggy. Oh, you could call her Froggy, Fergie, Diggy, Biggie, Jiggy is up. Yeah, hers wasn't. They were on the lower end of the condos in that complex because I was able to look up and see how much they paid for their condo, but it doesn't tell you the ownership of the group that owns the condo. So in Miami, the way it works is there's an owner, he collects all the fees, but there's no HOA fee. So I don't quite understand. I don't know real estate. You would have to find somebody that knows real estate well enough to explain it to me. But I know that's not usually how it goes in Florida, especially because of the hurricanes. And we just had that building in Surfside, 2 blocks away from the home I grew up in. I'm going to show you guys tonight. That thing fell the fuck over, right? Like, boom, they were building, it used to be a Holiday Inn next door to it. And they changed the Holiday Inn into the Monty. What the hell was the name of it? It was my favorite hotel. They had car restaurants. You'd come in and you'd sit in the car and all this stuff. There's one in New York too, and I believe they have one by Ventura Mall in Miami. Like the same people own it. But anyways, I used to stay at this place and they knocked it down to build this huge, huge condominium and it caused damage and the condos fell. I'm trying to think of the name of them. I just can't at the moment. But they had fallen and lots of people lost their lives. So in Miami, they have very, very strict rules because of the hurricanes and weather and things like that about how things are listed. So it is very funny to me that this condominium's person is hidden. Yeah, daddy can pay for Freddie. Most older HOAs busted because the owners are responsible for a lot of damage. Yeah. I just know, boy, in the beach, they got some laws with their, I don't know what those laws are, but they got laws with their buildings. It ain't like anywhere else I've ever been. Like they have inspections quite often, and my uncle had to cough up 20K for debris removal after a hurricane. Yeah, it's bad. My God, Andrew was horrible, Mishu. I don't know if you were down there then, but that area you're in that you told me earlier, it was awful. It was bad. Like, that's why I never wanted to live in Miami. That's why I always came home. I go down in the wintertime when I go. It's been a good time. My dad moved from there and he moved to Arizona, California, Mexico, the three, and I just never went back. So it's been 10 years since, 2015, 9 years since I've been down there. And the last time I was down there, it was like 9 years since I was there before that. And the vegetation just grew. And I swear I felt lost. Like I was forgetting things when I was down there. And I'm very, like, I used to be very, I knew the area. You know what I mean? I don't know if it's just I'm getting old. Oops, first and last month's rent is expensive. Man, it's hard to live down there. Look, so when my first husband and I had first got married, we had tried to move down there to be near my dad. And we moved on 73rd and Harding, to be honest with you. That's where I lived. It had a pool, it was a little complex, but the rent there in 1998, swear to God, was like $1,200 a month. Now it was nice. You only had 1 bedroom and 2 bathrooms, which I didn't quite freaking understand. You know what I mean? But you had to pay your electric, and down there, you always have the air condition running. So the electric's expensive. It's hard to get a job if you don't speak Spanish. And at the time we were down there, they were really building like they go through booms down there like every decade. Well, they'll start building huge condos and everything all over the beach, knocking old ones down, putting new ones up. So at that time they were going through a boom. Like it was a big thing. Everybody was buying property and they always have a lot of construction down there. But my husband at the time, it was like $10 an hour. And we were excited because back then it was $5.21 an hour for minimum wage. And he had got a job doing construction down in South Beach. And we were making pretty good money, but I was so homesick because it was getting to be summertime. It was hurricane season and I just wanted to be home. So we came home. I couldn't speak I can understand a little bit of Spanish, but I can't speak it. I can speak a little bit. Like I know the bad words. Cállate la boca. Siéntate ocho flito. That means shut up and sit down. You know what I mean? Like I know the bad ones. Yeah, you have to speak Spanish. Now, my dad could speak fluent Spanish. Like, he could have a whole ass conversation with Mexican or Cuban, and both of their Spanishes are different. And that's because he lived in both for years and years and years. Maddie, I did unblock your other profile, just so you know. I think I did. Here, Wi Fi and phone needs paid. Yeah, are you in Florida? Don't answer. I lived up in Surfside. I lived right off of 98, 89th, in between 89th and 90th in Carlisle. I was the second house in off of 90th. And that building fell on 88th. It was like a block down, and you walked up a half a block. And well, maybe 2 blocks, because there's, what's the name of that road there? I forget. The one that was right behind us. Carlisle Abbott, I think is the name of it. Yeah, she begs every day of the week and she doesn't need it. And that was my point. When I seen that this morning, I was floored. I was like, I can't fucking believe this. She's on here asking for underwear. Fred's not working. If you have to work for your money because your daddy won't give you money, why don't Fred have to work for his? Right. She needs to pay them fines off. It is my opinion. Her family doesn't know what she's doing. I don't think they would be okay with it. They're proper people. If you catch what I'm saying. They don't look like bad people. However, I don't know that. Their house is beautiful. I ain't gonna lie, Zig, I'm a little jelly. But it ain't for reasons like it ain't jelly that I'm gonna fucking die off the earth. Hell no. If anything, this was like, oh my God. This bitch has been out here begging and begging and begging and begging for money, and she doesn't need to. The Surfside collapse was so sad. It was, Joe. Oh my God. I'm trying to. Collins Towers. Was that the name of them? Collins. It was something Towers. I can't. I used to, because my dad worked at that Holiday Inn that was right next to it. And, well, I guess it's not a Holiday Inn now. But we used to go in there and swim and everything. And I remember because you have little legs when you're little, I was a little tight when we lived there. And we used to stop because them buildings take up like the whole block, So we used to stop, and I'd sit after we'd come off 90th Street. We'd stop and sit on the wall right after the first opening to the beach. We usually walked the beach to get there, but if we didn't and we walked the other way, I would sit on the wall. Or if we were coming up from 89th Street, I would sit on the wall at the end there. And actually, right behind them condos, I have such a sad story. They have beach cats down there. And there was this little orange cat. It was my first cat I ever had. My dad hated cats. My mom hated cats. They both did. And we found this little orange cat, and we named her Rainbow, and we brought her home. But I found her right literally on the property of that condo that fell. The feds were at their house. She should really worry about herself and hers. Gonna get pretty bumpy coming up. The feds were at her house? At Ziggy's? No way. Crystal, Heather, Mishu, Jelly, Diamond Eyes, Joe Pop, and all I missed. Gotta move 2 cars, then right back in chat. Yeah, it's been a while, Opal. I've seen you in my comments, though. Take your time. We're here. Yeah, my whole point of that was not to dox her. I did not dox her. My point was just to say, like, when I seen that, my mouth dropped. First of all, because I'm sort of from that area. You know what I mean? Not really. My dad is more than me. He lived there for like 35, 36 years. I just visited and ran away to there. I was talking about that last night too with my husband. I was actually going and trying to look because there was a time I ran away from here in Pittsburgh. I was 14. My mom was popping out these babies like mad, you know? I was angry and I love my music, and that was something my mom always did. Like, again, I'm talking about myself, but that's where we are. So my mom she used to throw these bad temper tantrums and just break my shit, sell my shit. And I think it was because she thought I was like my dad. And I am. I'm very much like him, you know, and I know that. But so is my sister. She won't admit it. You know what I mean? But I had come home one day. She didn't like the girl I was hanging out with. And she took a hammer to every single one of my cassette tapes. It was like 300 of them. I'm not kidding. And I was like, fuck this. I had enough. We're out. And I called my grandma on Southside here in Pittsburgh, and she helped me run away to live with my dad. And my dad was crazy. I'm going to tell you in some shit. Like, for real, for real. Like, I think my dad killed someone at some point because he was giving me, when I was down there, my mom knew I was there. I called her when I got there, right? We were calling from a payphone because my dad wouldn't let me speak to her. So there was a payphone on the corner of the little ghetto because at the time he lived in the projects down there. And that was when he was marrying his wife. Well, they weren't together when he passed away. But anyways, my sister's mother. But so I get down there and my mom called the FBI. Like, they were out looking for me. They had a bolo for me. It was crazy. It was the craziest shit. It was like 1992, I would say, 93. And I was telling Earl last night, I'm covering these kids. I haven't thought about that in years. Could you imagine if I go online and find myself on the FBI's, they're searching for me endangered list? Think like, I'm happy for my sake, not for other kids, but for my sake that they didn't have that shit back then. Because I'd have been all over that shit. My mom was vindictive. You know what I mean? She knew where I was the whole time. As soon as I got there, I called her. They sent the FBI to my dad's house, kicked his door in, made me come back. And they didn't even bring me back. They put me on a Greyhound alone. Ziggy should already be in jail and her lose her husband. So who said that the feds came to see her? Who said, where did you hear that? How did I miss that? I've been researching all day trying to figure out who the hell owns that building because I'm curious. I find it so funny that the ownership is like completely hidden. And I'm sorry, guys, but I can't give you the exact address. I just can't believe it. I told you how to find it, though. You're allowed to go find it. It's public. The lottery commission was there when she did an illegal raffle. Oh, this wasn't recently. She showed the cam of them there on what? It's on her channel. I'm so confused. Reading a card in a book to find the meaning don't make Ziggy a gypsy card reader. Right, Jill. I mean, Joe. Sorry, damn it. Right. Maddie, you shouldn't be. I don't even think you were blocked to begin with because I didn't see your name. I just unblocked the last one it was blocked. So whoever that was, they should be able to see it. And there wasn't a Phoebe in there when I went to unblock it. It was a different name. She showed CPSLE in the Gaming Commission on her ring cam. What was on her ring cam? I'm so confused. Try commenting again. I haven't seen Phoebe come up, but you shouldn't be blocked. Oh, see, yeah, I had an accident the other day. I went to delete a comment she made, and I hit. Let me see something, because I'll tell you if I blocked her. Yeah, I definitely did, I think. Okay, I'm going to have to go. I'll just go unblock everybody except for the people I know for sure who they are. And if trolls come in, I'll just reblock them. That's always fun. I'll do that after this live, and we'll see if that works. Yeah, I just don't understand. Don't answer. Keep the lottery commission came to her house. Okay, she showed the raffle on her channel. Oh, damn. See, they watch us then. I'm just saying, guys, my whole point of this, and we'll go, I'll show you guys what I showed. Okay, let's do that. Hold on. And I do want to let you guys know I'm probably not going to be on too long because I'm not feeling good today. I feel like I have a fever. It's not like completely sick, but I feel horrible today. So I don't think I slept enough. All right, let me go to my community here. I'm sharing. Guys, did you guys see this? Let's talk about this first. Hold on one sec, guys. That freaking itch in my throat is back. I did so good without it for like 3 days, and it's back. My husband cut the grass yesterday. It has to be it. Can you put him out for a little bit? Oh, he just came in?
He's mad. I'm over there laying with him. He's mad right now.
Oh, we'll go lay with him.
Yeah, that's fine.
My dog wants my husband to lay with him. Okay. So this post. All I got to say is keep your fingers crossed. Earlier when I looked at it, it said there was an accident. I just checked on it a little bit ago, and the accident part is gone, and now it's just they found something. We don't know if it's summer. We don't know who it is. It's on the path of summer in two different directions. I think this is the way Dawn said he came home that day, and it's a little out of the way. I'm insane, guys. I was sitting here right before this. I went back to Chris McDonough's interview, and I was going through the timeline again. Hold on. This damn throat. I'm going to use my chloroseptic. Hold on 1 second, guys. This shit is so gross, but it does work. Is that the town or where? This was on Fort Henry Drive about, I'd say now 6 hours ago. But I'm insane. Like, I was going through something I never actually did. I was pausing Chris McDonough and listening to Candace in her timeline, and I was putting each stop that day, and just to see where in proximity this is. But you know what? Like, I was thinking, well, my dog's gonna go outside. If he just came in, I don't care. He's gonna go out. He won't quit crying. He wants out. See? Okay. Huskies are a true pain in the dupa. Okay, so anyways, this is a little off, but when I was looking at this, her path does make sense. Because I was putting it in as she was saying each place they were going. The only thing that did not make sense was her not taking Hunter home before coming back to go Like, I would have gone to Priceless and then home, not taken Hunter to Priceless with me, looking at the map. However, I do know that they had Summer with them that day, and Grandma was there and her knee was hurting, so it could have been Hunter come with us so you could sit in the car with Summer. And then they took Hunter home, which that area is not far from his mom's house. Like, I really went through and did the whole thing, and it is a complete perfect circle. It makes sense. I know people were not saying that. The only thing that didn't make sense is what makes sense to me of Candace saying, Hunter, will you keep an eye on Summer while we run into the store? What did Aries say? Bet she has a sub to buy her a ring. Oh, I don't, you know what? Let's do that while we're here. How do you find, does anybody know the website that you go to look up their marriages? Yes, Joe, it was today. It's on Scanner Food on Facebook, but scroll down because they had a ton of accidents in that area today. There's a lot. Yes, there were remains found, Maddie. They don't know whose they are, and I'm not making no assumptions. There's a lot of people missing out of that area. And somebody left in my comments of this that there's actually a 17-year-old boy missing. I didn't see anything about that. Has anybody else? I've seen the certificate, real marriage, but she lied about Fred not having an ID. Yeah, she did. See, the thing that makes me think badly about that is why she doesn't need Fred's money. Like, that's a dead serious thing. She does not need Fred's money. Her dad is very educated in electric. I'll tell you that. I'm not going to tell you exactly what his job is. He likes windmills. You know, but he's retired now. Her father is retired. And they did sell the condo, which is strange to me because how you just going to retire and then sell your retirement home, right? Like, weird. She could go to her family for money. It's not that I'm out here trying to dox her. I'm just trying to show people. Right, backwoods. DW is full of shit. Them boys were given a DCS by him. Yeah, I'm not going to comment on the news clips till after Summers. I want to try to make an educated comment on those clips. I don't want to jump to guns. I want to, right now, I'm not impressed by them. I'll tell you that. But we haven't heard the whole. On the 16th, I will talk about all the news clips that come out. I'm not ignoring them. I'm watching them. I just want to wait till they all come out at one time. I saw that Pixie, a rope rescue. What is she talking about? Hi, Rita. Hi, Backwoods. Hi, Pixie Dust. People I didn't say hi to. Hi, Joe. I don't think I mean you. Maddie, M9 for life. Aries. Everybody I missed. I think I said Diamond Eyes. Golden. Hi, Golden. Hi, don't answer. I still question the marriage. Well, if they said they found it, I haven't looked. I really don't care, but I think there's just something up with it. Like, she didn't need to marry him. He needed to marry her more than she needed to marry him. In my opinion. Crystal, can Ziggy get in trouble for fraud? Well, I don't know. I guess it would depend what they charged her with. I don't think you could just get in trouble for marrying somebody. But if she is for real background in the background hindering the case, yeah. We don't know why she's doing this. And I have to ask, like, why is she doing this? Hi, Reap. I commented on your post instead of here. It's okay. And I've missed quite a few comments these last couple days. I'm trying to go to like each comment section and get them all at once when I get a chance to. Lying for Fred for scamming. I'm sure they can get her with something, but I mean, I think they're more concerned probably about the hindrance and any cases that she's helping him to spread his BS in. I thought I seen Ellie in here. If I missed her, hi Ellie. I thought I seen her earlier. I'm Southern and questioning means something. It's not odd. I mean, it's odd. Sorry. Yeah. Okay, so let me go back to my community posts here. We talked about that. So we'll do that 1 second. So these are the condominium. Oh, that is it. I'm sorry. I did share it. But it doesn't have an address or a street name. It doesn't have no names of the condos on it. Are you guys going to be able to go find this? Do you know where this is? Oh no, Hattie. And I tried calling you super late last night. I didn't realize how late it was. I apologize. Yeah, I bet TBI is watching her too. No, I did not put her address out. There's no address. It's just a picture of the condo. And that's both of them buildings together. But let me show you just exactly 1 block away. That's my dad. This is his address. So you might be able to find it from here, but you have to find out which direction. And it's not going to be easy because it's not a flat thing. So I did not dox her. I doxed my father. Okay? 1, I don't think my father would care, and 2, he's dead. So instead of doxing Ziggy, I was able to dox myself. Okay? But my father lived at 1601 Euclid Avenue, apartment 4, Miami Beach, 33139. I will tell you that this is exactly 1 block away from the condominium her father lived in. And I do know people in that area. So, Ziggy, if you had any significant hanging out there, I'll find out about it. Yeah, she's lying because I did not dox her. I promise you I didn't. You can see the post. Hold on. I did write in it, but I didn't dox her. So I had made a post before I made this one, and I had gone in to edit it, and I accidentally hit this and delete. Don't ask me how the hell I did it. I wrote this very long. It was probably longer than this paragraph. So I had to come back and rewrite it. Hold on, guys. Drink. Man, the allergies are bad this year. And it's every time he cuts the grass. That's exactly what's doing it. I got to quit opening this little window up here. Okay, so I wrote, damn it, I accidentally deleted that post. So I did some research on Fergie. Do not send her money. She or her family is well off. So I don't know what they give Ziggy because she made a comment about that. I don't know if they give to her. So I don't know if she's well off or it's just her family that's well off. Okay. But either way, if she's not well off, I'm pretty sure there's a reason for it. Condos on the beach, their house is worth almost 400K. By the way, Ziggy, I know where this is and people who live by there. Your truth is about to come out. No, it wasn't a threat. It was just me telling you that I have means to get to public records in that area rather quickly. Like I could make a phone call right now and probably have someone be there in the morning and have them in the mail to me. Okay? But I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that. I'm just warning you that I could. I really don't care because your father's your father, your mother's your mother, and there's nothing I can do about it. But I can see why you're jealous of your sister. She's rather successful, huh? Okay, anyways, your truth is about to come out. I promise I grew up here too. You're unreal, a real scam artist, in my opinion. Her father is listed as secretary for these condos. It's in the Art Deco district of the beach. Very expensive. It is very expensive there. This is literally a block and a half away from Lincoln Mall. Like literally. Like not even going towards the beach or any other direction. It's like a straight shot and a zigzag. Near the mall and Versace's home. Wet Willie's not far. Those are my favorite places, so that's why I named them. Man, Ziggy, my favorite spot on this earth. You gotta be kidding me. The house I know is theirs. Condo I found a license filing under the bonus on Been Verified. All public information. This came from Been Verified. It is not ironclad. However, it looks like truth in my opinion. Well, Ziggy got on and confirmed it. So there's that. Oh, Misha, you lost someone. Where you at? Hold on, I'm looking up. Oh, I'm so sorry you lost a friend, and I will pray for your cousin. I don't know her sisters, but someone showed them a while back. Well, I'm sure they weren't thrilled. There is two of them. One's way younger than her, and that's the one she's like, you hear her all the time. My sister. I'm going to find some clips and pull them out. It's funny, actually, especially now that I know her sister, who is like 20 years younger than her, is way more successful than she will ever be. In my opinion, of course, with speculation. Okay, so let's go back. So then I show you my father's stuff, which with that, since I've paid for my Been Verified today, I'm going to verify it with you. So you can see I am not lying. Okay, recent. Yeah, you can see where I was going. We don't want to do that. No, stop. Okay. Oh, you guys can't see. I'm not sharing. Good. Thank God. Okay, hold on. Who's in the window? Okay, I'm glad I didn't share with you guys yet. Hold on, give me 1 minute because I was looking up a lot. Okay. Share this tab. So can you see? This is my father. He died in April of 2022. Now, because of his brain injuries, we didn't have much contact with him. That and he lived the whole way across the country. So we didn't find out until July that he had passed away, which is why we're having a problem with his properties and things of that nature because California, his land is in Winter Haven, California. And they took the land and they buried him. They cremated him without our permission. They did not reach out to us. So we're fighting for whatever estate he has, if he has any. My dad was like really into stocks. He might have had something there. I don't even know how to begin to look at that stuff. To be honest with you, I'm not too worried about it, but I just want my dad. I want his ashes. I want to put him right next to my mom, who I showed you guys the other day. So that's where we're at with that. Okay, anyway, so let's go back. because I know you can't see it real more. Even though my dad was a nut, he never had no crazy aliases. I know someone I checked this morning did. It tells you his location was Homestead, PA, but that's not true. This is what I mean. I'm going to show you how they lie, too. I can prove it's not true on here while they're saying it. This is a ghetto around us. Hold on, let me show you his relatives. That's my mother. That's me. Wouldn't you know? This is my father. Okay. Hold on. Now let's go back. Address history. And I don't know why some of these addresses are wrong. Some of them are missing. There's missing addresses, actually. And they don't go beyond 1990, I don't think. This is when he came here. He was not here from 94 to 2014. He was literally here for 5 months. He lived at 320 83rd Street in 1990. I don't know if these dates are right. Byron Avenue. Look, he's lived in Yuma, Arizona, North Miami, Miami Beach, 84th Street. This is the one that's close to Ziggy's, 84th Street. This is here. He wasn't here again very long. It was 3 months. He came and he handed me and my sister each $1,000 and left. This is actually his friend's family's apartment complex. Sidewinder Road, it's not his because what he owns is land. So he has all of his mail go to his friend's gas station, which is right down the street. When I say it's desert, it's desert. He had a trailer on the land and they wouldn't deliver mail there. He never lived here, but my mother did. This was my grandparents' home. He likes 83rd Street. I don't know. I don't like it. That's the hood part of Miami Beach. I lived on 72nd or 73rd, 78th, somewhere around there. He's lived here, Michigan Avenue, Miami Beach. This was my mother's address and not his. I don't know why he's on here. They were divorced over 30 years at this point. There's my mother. She died February of last year while they were beating me down. That's me. This is my stepmother, Patricia Preto. She lives in Miramar, Florida right now, which is like, I think that's like the Hialeah area. I'm not going to show her family because that's who they are. This is my sister. I don't know why it says she lives in McKeesport. Her husband was in the services, her ex-husband, at one time, so she moved a lot. And you will see that. This was like near the Fort Worth area right here. She lives in Iowa right now, so I don't know why they still having her living here. That's her husband. I don't like him. You can look at his shit. He don't like me, but he ain't going to do shit. That shows you they live in Iowa right now. That's where they went. My nephew, my husband's, there's my sister that lives in Fort Lauderdale. Well, Ziggy, wouldn't you know? Jennifer Tamara Stanley. She's beautiful, by the way. West Palm Beach, Miramar. That's her ex-husband, who is a dickhead, so we'll show him. I'm kidding. I don't know them people. The reason I'm doing this is I know who that is. I don't know who that is. I want to show you guys something. My dad's marriage record. You know how Ziggy said she married for a green card? My father did the same thing. This girl today is only 28 years old. Or no, she was 28 when they got married. It was his first marriage. And right after, I'm trying to see. That's Patricia. It doesn't have a date. Oh yeah, 1997. I was down there visiting. And I met this girl. She was in the swimming pool having sex in front of my father, in front of me. Me and my dad got into a fist fight. I know, it's bad, but it's true. My dad at the time, this girl was my age, and he married her. And I come to see him, and the first things he's doing is in the pool with his little wee wee inside this little girl. Your oldest daughter, who is her age, is not happy. So my dad and I got into a fist fight. Yes, we did. That's my sister Jenny's mom. I don't have no idea who this woman is, but she's from California. My dad has been married times I don't even know. Yeah, huge business in Miami. Me shoo. Tatiana, right before he passed away, that was my last conversation I had with him because I had just found this. I was doing the Summer Wells case and I decided to look him up. And I called him and I'm like, Dad, you did marry her. He's like, oh, what are you going to do? It's 20 years later. Shut up about it. I'm like, whatever. My dad was insane. This is another one who was way older than him. I don't know. This is my stepfather. He passed away. He was an alcoholic. It was pretty bad. This is my dad's best friend and neighbor. This would be the weed company that my father tried to get into. Green Door Winter Haven. He owns this company, but it is suspended. As far as I know, he never worked for these other places. He does not have a Atlantic Broadband, maybe, because he was into all of the stock market shit. And I don't know what that is, but these two definitely not. That's someone else. Okay. Is this the possible social medias? He had a Facebook, but he deleted it because he thought the CIA. Oh. This is not the Facebook I knew he had. This is not my dad. That's why. And that's why that other shit is on there. That's not my dad. That's a young man. My father did have a Facebook, though, and he deleted it. I swear it took me to it earlier. But see how Ben Verified can be wrong? Let me come to chat and check on you guys a minute. I think there's a big store. Oh, no, Rita. I didn't even know. I haven't been paying attention. I usually do, too, because I have family down there. I won't go down there during hurricane season. I hate it. But anyways, this is the weed business my father was trying to start in 2018. It didn't go nowhere, but he bought land for it. Okay, more curious. All right, now let's go into my father's criminal history. What do you see? The first one. Drug paraphernalia, cocaine possession. My father had a temper, and when he looked at the police, he fought them, whether they were doing nothing to him or not. That's the type of man my father was because of his brain injury. You're going to see a ton of these. Resisting officer without violence to his person. Criminal mischief. I'm going to say that's criminal mischief. I don't know. Resisting without violating. They knew my dad so well that they would just whatever. Oh, another cocaine possession, drug paraphernalia, marijuana, drug paraphernalia, disorderly conduct fighting, disorderly conduct, breach of the peace, disorderly conduct, business. This was my dad's thing. He always wanted to rip somebody off. Business conduct without a license, county ordinance. I believe that. Another business without a license. Disorderly conduct, multiple ordinance, disorderly conduct, resisting without violence, resisting, disorderly conduct, not specified. I have a feeling this is when he beat my stepmother or his ex-girlfriend Margie. This is the same thing. It don't tell you what the charges are. They were dropped and abandoned, though. Resisting officer without violence to his person, disorderly intoxication, resisting officer without his violence to the person, battery, police or corrections officer, firefighter, somebody in transit, battery against the police, resisting without violence, another time, resisting without violence, another time, disorderly intoxication, a not specified. This one I'm curious about. This was in 96, wait, right before I went down there, and it says all these nines. So I'm really worried about this one. I don't know what that is. Disorderly intoxication, a marijuana possession, narcotic implements possession without residue, marijuana, narcotics. So that means he had two things on him: a burglary, resisting officer without violence, misdemeanor, resisting officer with violence, misdemeanor. They must have been sick of him this day. Resisting officer with violence, another not specified with the 999s. And that does not count for some reason his Pennsylvania charges that are on there. Oh, I don't care if she twists it. It's my dad. I have, what can I do about it? He's dead. I didn't grow up around him much. I didn't know him very well. I knew him. Like, we talked on the phone, especially throughout adulthood. But I haven't lived with him since I was 9. And I'm now 47. So, and even then, it wasn't like living with him. He was back for a month. They won't be calling for rain here. But, anyways, I just wanted to show you guys so you could see that I have not lied about my life since I had it up. And that seems to be like I'm constantly lying and whatever. Jobs and education. Yeah, we already looked at that. He has 0 assets because he burned through all of his money. Business affiliations. This is his weed company he was trying to get started. Suspended, forfeited. He lost that shit. And that was again because, and he's had some building companies down in Florida. He would ruin them all because of his injury. So he was I told you guys he was in an accident with a snowplow here. The snowplow hit him. It was bad. I was a little baby and I can still remember, and I remember how it changed him. I mean, I don't remember much. I was so little, but I lived with that as long as I can remember, was his temper and I told you guys it was like a Tourette syndrome. You know, it was bad. And he hated the police. He would just walk down the street and be like, fuck you, motherfucking, you fucking pig. They'd be fighting and bucking. Oh, thank you for my intro, Opal. Ziggy's going to make Fred clean the house when he gets there. They won't be calling. It doesn't look rainy here. For some reason, Tennessee's not really all that far. It's like 6 hours south. So when you guys get rain, it always seems to come north. And we end up getting it later. Her family doesn't even know she's married. I don't believe they do neither. I'm not going to reach out to them. That wasn't my point of this today. I just wanted to check into her background, like, because, guys, this shit's insane. Of course we're going to check into it. And by the way, my daughter just walked in. She graduates tomorrow. Yay. What? I'm live. Hold on. Let me mute this. Why is Jameson's mom? Oh.
Okay.
Yeah, that's weird. I'll send Daddy over to ask her maybe. I don't know. Is it weird? My neighbor was recording my granddaughter, and then my daughter walked into the yard and she put the recording down and sent her son in the house because Malaya said something about the recording. I think that's what it was. I don't really like people recording on either, but I mean, it's the neighbor when they play. What do you do? It's probably she's just recording friends playing. I'm assuming they're a little strange too. Ziggy digs into everyone's background. She does. And I haven't doxed her. I haven't given an address or an exact location or names. I just showed you it was there. She did the confirming for me. That's how I work. That's why I wait now for somebody to say a name before I can bring it out. 88 plus next 10 days in Northeast Tennessee. Oh, God. It's 78 here now. Let me see if they have the full forecast. It's going to be 59 tonight, 85 tomorrow, 80 the day after with rain. We have no rain today or tomorrow. Saturday, 79 degrees. Sunday, 87 degrees. What day did it say? It's going to rain Friday. No rain. Ooh, it's going to be fucking hot. 93 on Monday. Thank goodness you're off. You'll be in the air, Earl. 96 on Tuesday. 94 on Wednesday. 94 on Thursday. And 95 on Friday with no rain. Today, our humidity is 53%. We have 5 miles per hour wind, visibility 9.9 miles, 29.99 inches in pressure, and the dew point is 58. So it's yucky here. Not now, but it's going to be yucky too. Global warming is real. I believe it. WB was on Yankees is going to Tennessee to look for a cave. Whatever. I don't need to go to Tennessee to do that. They got Ryan to do that. They got neighbors. They got the police. What do they need us for? What's that going to do? And what happens if they do find something and then somebody thinks you planted it there or something? I wouldn't want to do that. My sister in Tennessee has been through 2 tornadoes. Yeah, the tornadoes in Tennessee are bad. They're not as bad as like other places. I think like what? Wisconsin and Oklahoma. They get them really bad there, but Tennessee, we get tornadoes here, but we have hills, so they're not usually as horrible. Yeah, we did just have one recently, huh? When? But I remember like back in 1998, we had one and it actually hit where I lived. That was scary. And I had my ex husband's crazy friend there and he kept opening the basement door, like, look at this. And I'm like, dude, if you don't shut that door, me and you are going to buck.
Tornado Alley.
Rita missed it. Fred is gone where? Yeah, Fred's just disappeared. Who even knows if Ziggy knows where he is? She might be lying. He probably already left her and he's on the run. Is that warrant still active? I haven't checked. Has anyone checked the warrant lately? We could. Yeah. Okay, hold on. So let me get out of this been verified. All right. What are you guys going to watch? I think I got all my stuff out. We're only on an hour. I got time today. A little bit of time. I don't want to be on too long, but we can go watch something. I know what we can go watch. Hold on. Right here. Oh, I gotta turn my speaker down. Oh, I hate doing this. Hold on. 18. Okay.
his name because of his son.
I totally agree with what he's saying.
Mhm.
I feel like that he says
Because I
he's
work
going to
alongside
retire.
Ronnie a lot. I mean, on so much case, you know.
Yeah. Can I tell him about the picture?
Okay.
Well, they're just not going to believe it, so I don't.
Yeah, they don't believe that. It's been more.
Tell him.
Oh, when Fred was arrested, Ronnie took a picture with Fred when he was getting his mugshot. He said he wanted a picture to
prove I work side by side with him through the case.
yeah. For when Summer Wells is found, there's a picture that's gonna be, you guys just have to wait and see, I guess.
It surprised me that he wanted it. You know?
Yeah.
Get Milo out of here.
Yeah.
That was his doing, not mine.
Well, I know you don't really speak up.
Yeah, you said it, Fred.
When you choose.
So did you guys hear it? Lawson took a picture with Fred and was like, this is to prove we're working side by side for when I find Summer because I'm about to retire, guys. I feel like that is Lawson saying, I'm going to solve this case before I retire. Oh, I'm asking for a whole heap of trouble. You want to bring it? Here. You can come up here and give me some trouble. I like it. I'll mute. You got something to say? Come on. I'll mute. I'll give you the floor. You can say whatever you want because that's how I work over here. I think it's funny to watchings all clap at me. So, but my opinion is that this man wanted to take a picture with Fred because he's about to arrest Fred. Come up and do it now. If you want to watch me laugh, if you want to do something to me, let's go. I posted the link. You don't even have your real name or face. I don't even know who you are. What are you going to do to me? I'm betting this is Linda or someone. So we'll find out because you know what? The attorneys can legally go get IP addresses after they see your name. So we'll see who's laughing. Let's go. You know what? I'm actually going to go. Oh, I guess I can't do it from here. Later on, I'll go check her out and see how long ago her channel was made. I bet you it was made just to come troll me. Might be Benny. Who knows? But I have a link. Like I said here, I'll reshare it. You got something to say? Come up. Say it to my face. I permit it. I'll turn my camera on even though my hair is unbrushed and I got jammies on and I've been sitting here lazily all day. I'll still show my face. Yeah, I'll turn my camera on and I will give you permission. Full out permission to say whatever you want to me while I sit here and take it. Okay? Green Eyes thinks she's pregnant. I love Green Eyes. I don't have time for the likes of all of y'all. I'm modding for another channel. That must be Ziggy. So let's go. Should I go in there and see if you're really modding? Should I go see if you have a wrench? Or are you modding under another name? So are you telling me who you are? Because now I'll be able to figure it out. Thanks for the tip. See, that's the dumb shit you guys do, broke girl. You think it's Annie? We should take guests. Here, can I make a pool on here? I've never done that. How do I make a pool? Does anybody know? Damn it, I don't know how to do that. I can make a pool and we can make guesses at who's in here trolling me. And she can come up and show her face, and then whoever wins, I'll send you a sticker of the girl that says, oh no, I won't. Oh yeah, you're supposed to plug my printer in. See if we can get it to work. For Malaya's graduation hat. Don't do it now. I'm on here. If you knock something out, I'll be mad. I don't know if I could do it. I was going to say I would print you guys out a sticker and send it, but I think my printer's broke. I don't know how to do a mobile. I don't have the comment for that. Maybe it's Lab Streams that only offers that. No, she didn't take a link. They never do. They got so much to say behind the keyboard, but they won't say it to you. And that bothers me. If you have something to say to me, please come say it. Just make sure you show your face while you're doing it. Maddie needs you to unblock. Yeah, I tried, Hattie. I told her after the live. I'm telling you, if she was blocked, I think I did block her, but I unblocked her the other day. But she's saying it's still not coming out, so I'll just go unblock all the strange names, and then we'll just have fun one night when they all come in the troll blocking them again. Hell with it. Maybe I'll unblock everybody. Because it doesn't matter. You block them and they go make another account and then they do this dumb shit. Where'd she go? She's got internet muscles. And then when you ask them to come up, it's this. Isn't that crazy? They can never get up here and say it to my face. Beverly, I didn't block you. I unblocked everybody quite some time ago, huh? Who was watching? Opal, Hattie, you guys were here. Yep, that's it. Cookie, cookie, cookie. Cookie cutter pitches. That's exactly it. That's what they are. Amongst other things. In my opinion, respectfully, you're a cookie cutter bitch. Oh, Beverly's kidding. It's saying Ziggy is live now. Yeah, she's live. She been live. That's why I came live. She was over there squealing, lying and telling people I doxed her and doxed her family. And how dare I? I didn't dox none of them. I promise you I didn't. Oh, I know. I already took them. Alexa, stop. But yeah, I didn't dox her. I promise you I didn't dox her. She's just mad, but she's over there saying, remember when I told you guys my dad sold the condo? Does anybody remember that? I don't remember that. I didn't know her dad owned a condo until today. Not only does he own it, but he was secretary of it. And before he was secretary of it, I never got to spit it out. He was president of it. Somehow he was no longer president and just secretary when he sold it. Aw, thank you, Bev. Crystal, when you unblock people, you got to give us a wrench for the night. The one who gets the most wax wins. We could have a contest. We can invite them. Tonight's your night. Come troll me. They won't come when I do shit like that. They don't come. I remember the first time they thought I was batshit crazy because I come up here and I just left my stream on for like 2 hours. Like, come on, you got something to say? Come say it. Okay, was the question, and we'll put our guesses in chat when you're ready. I smoked. I don't have any right now. I've been out for a couple days. I'm actually trying to slow down a little bit because I want to be able to walk and shit this summer. I'm trying to get my. They got me on that Ozempic. I really got to lose weight, guys. I'm not normally this big, and since COVID came, I've gained quite some weight, and I lost 30 pounds on the Ozempic, but I had an issue with my medical again, and now I'm having that same issue again. My kids moved into my home, and they got kids, and they combined both of our families for medical, and now we make too much money. And my son's family gets the medical, which I'm happy for, but I need it. Every month they're shutting it off, and I don't have medications. I can't go see my doctor. So it's starting to worry me a little bit because I have enough medication for 6 months, but like they forgot to put my anxiety meds in there. And now I can't even call them and tell them, hey, you didn't put refills on my anxiety med. It's not a major medication for my heart, but I do need it. So I'm going to be battling all next week. I don't feel like dealing with it today or this week. I'm going to be honest with you. So let's hope I don't die between now and Monday. No weight loss, Diamond Eyes. And I watch, like, my appetite's definitely gone. Like, I definitely get, like, I eat 2 or 3 bites of something and I'm like, oh, I'm full. But it seems like at the end of the week, like, once I take it on Wednesdays. So once Monday comes, I start feeling like I'm starving and I feel like I make up for all of it that I didn't eat all week. Like, that's how I feel. I feel like I need a bigger dose of it. It's going to be a while. I'm going to be fighting with my insurance. And it's just because I allowed my kids to move in, like, it's, and I gained ownership in my home. So things have changed, but my husband can take me under his, but if he does that, then he's going to lose a lot of money on his check and it's going to hurt us a little bit. So we're like weighing our options and see what it is we have to do, because he doesn't get state medical, neither does my daughter. He has to pay for her. 100-gram protein in water. Well, let me tell you, got, oh, your A1C is good. My A1C was a little raised the last time, but it wasn't horrible, so I'm happy. My A1Cs haven't been high since right before COVID. I'll show you guys. Hold on, let me pull it up. I had gone keto and I lost like 80 pounds. And then after keto, I gained it all back. But it wasn't like people were saying, oh, you're going to gain it real quick. It wasn't like that. It took some time for me to gain it because I was trying to stay keto. But hold on, I'm going to show you guys. I have pictures, I think. So my thing is I really want to get back to keto. Here it is. There, that's the last time I was in Miami. And then I lost, and then I lost, and I was doing so good. Like, so good. And it all went to waste. So let's get out of there. You can cheat. You're type 1. I'm type 2. I got it after I got my heart failure and after I gained all my weight. Like, it's crazy. I didn't even know I had it. But my mom's dad has type 2, so I should have known better. Oh, thank you, Beverly. That's another thing about Ziggy begging. Working people are struggling and she sits on her begging. Yeah. I've only ever seen her cook once, and it was while she was cussing me out. She must have been really angry. So I found out 2 weeks ago that I'm pre-diabetes. Just cut your carbs, Rita. It'll take it away. If you're pre-diabetes, you have a chance. Cut your damn carbs, because that's what it is. People think the sugar is bad for you, and the sugar is bad for you, but it's all the bread and the rice and it turns into sugar once it gets into your body. And it causes fat. Like, get rid of your potatoes and I know it's hard, but I loved it when I was doing keto, and that's why I want to go back to it, because I had fun cooking. Like, it was so fun to find new recipes, like making pizza dough out of cauliflower or chicken. And I liked the egg. What was it? The zucchinis. You like shovel them out and put the meat in them, and like you can have some really good filling meals on keto. So I'm going back to it. And my heart doctor even said do it. He said even if it's a little salty, although the second I eat any bit of salt, I explode. I'm probably, even though I'm fat, and I know I'm fat, I'm probably at least 10 pounds bigger than I should be because of water weight. I remember one time, yeah, and eat a lot of protein. Yep. Lots and lots of protein. Concentrate more on the protein and less on the carbs. Yes, right now, if you're borderline, you won't. Yep. I don't have the neuropathy yet, but I get sometimes, like, in my feet fall asleep, like it's starting to worry me. I have to get my shit. Yeah, I'm on metformin and Ozempic. Oh, honey. Radiation sucks. That's so hard. My mom went through that. It was so hard to watch. And she had it. She had 8 tumors on her brain, and they kept going away and coming back, going away and coming back. And they do the radiation, and it's like she lost, like, being an adult a little bit every time they did it. It was really, really hard to watch. She said when Fred gets out of jail and gets there, then they'll be doing better because he can do some side jobs. But what she ain't thinking is how many people are going to trust a felon. Well, Terry, I have to disagree with that. I actually think a lot of felons use that as an excuse and they're lazy. And that's only because, like I said, my little brother went to prison when he was 15. He didn't get out till he was in his 20s, later 20s. And while he was in prison, he used that time to educate himself. He finished high school. He got his diploma in prison. He got a, what do they call it? Seems like everybody's one now. What do they call them? What's Brian's job? Engineer. He got an engineering job, but he's like building bridges and buildings and working with steel. And dude makes like somewhere between 40, like $30 and $40 an hour. So there's no reason somebody that went to jail shouldn't be able to get a job. There's lots of places that hire. Glutton neuropathy, severe damage. That sucks, Rita. I hope I never get it. That's why I got to get my shit under control. Fred ain't gonna work. That's hilarious. I mean, all them cars he pulled, he was so rough. They were up every day pulling cars, pulling cars. How are they pulling cars if he can't even go get a fucking normal 9 to 5 flipping burgers? Side jobs. That's so he didn't have to turn his income in. Seems to be a theme with him, doesn't it? Oh, your blood was 206. That ain't too bad. That's high, but it ain't too bad. They tell you to keep it under 100. I'm always happy as long as mine's under 200. That's my own. I feel like that's my comfortable number. After that, I start to see white. And did you hear about Wienergate? No. What's Wienergate? Right, Hattie. It's a possibility. It's an opinion. A lot of people have. All right. So what do we want to watch now? I don't have anything prepared. I've been actually researching. I haven't researched in forever. It felt good. I got lost a little bit. Let's see. Hold on. No, don't do that. Miss Chewy, she's good. Well, okay. And listen, I'm not here to fight with people, and it's okay for her to have an opinion. Tragedy Pimps Exposed is not happy with me, I guess, right now. Hold on. I'll read it. I just want to respond. That's all. Crystal, I'm going to be extremely honest with you here. This is 100% not necessary. It's really easy to call Ziggy out on the horrible things she does on this platform to Summers and others. It's not necessary to bring attention to her family, who is innocent in all this. You're right. And that's why I didn't give their names. I just told you what kind of people they are and what they own. I didn't give you addresses. I didn't dox these people. But I think, in my opinion, Tragedy, it's very important that people see they don't need to send Fred money, that Ziggy has her family who could help her with her husband. And it's a waste of money. So that was my point of that. I promise you, I don't know if you looked at it really good, but there was no doxing going on there. There's no names in there. You cannot see the address on the buildings. I do not have her father's name out there. This is, in my opinion, yes, it's a little bit of bringing attention to her family, but it's more so the point was to bring attention to the fact that Ziggy doesn't have to beg. And I think that that's very important for people to look at. So, and the rest of that, she left. She says she doesn't think that because it's public record that it should be out there, and that's okay. You're okay to have your opinion. I apologize if you think my opinion's wrong. She's married to a suspect in this case. The only person I care about in this case is Summer Wells. She's collecting money when her family probably has a lot more money than we think they have. I don't think we need to be paying for Fred's underwear. That was my point of that. I don't think that, yeah, I didn't think she talked negative of her family. No doxing. Yeah, I didn't dox her. I didn't talk negative. And if anything, I said, I think her sisters are very well established. And so is their family. And I don't think at all they have anything to do with Summer Wells. However, it does show Ziggy's character. And that was my point. That's all. So I apologize if you didn't like that. I still have to do my channel the way I'm going to do it. And nobody's going to agree with me all the time. I can't get everybody to always agree with me, but there is a method to my madness. I don't want people sending money to Ziggy for Fred anymore. She's ripped Laura off. God knows how many other people are sending her money thinking she's poor and she can't go to her family and ask them to pay the electric bill or to move in with them, because I'm almost 100 million trillion % positive she has a bedroom at their home. It's big enough. And none of their children live with them. So I do apologize if you're upset with me about that, but my feelings are my feelings, and I can't run my channel for other people, and I don't mean that in any sort of rude way. I think it's important that people see it. That's all. But there's not 1 ounce of doxing. There's not 1 ounce of shit talking against her family. There's no addresses. There's no names. Could any of you tell me where that is? Do you know where that is? Can you give me the address in the chat? Because if you can't, I'm wrong. But I'm pretty sure that nobody could. Right. And then you got that. Not to mention that she sits on there and drags her sister all the time. Oh. Trust me, I made sure I didn't dox nobody or do anything rude. You took over half of someone's SSI, Ziggy. She did. She robbed Laura. The point is, she is deceiving people who may need their money and laughing. Right. That was my point. Exactly. She doesn't need it. And that has to be shown. Because nobody's going to understand it until they see it. I didn't show her parents' home where they live now. They don't even own this apartment no more, this condo. They sold it. So, thank you, M9. Oh, she took off Fred's stuff off her YouTube channel. I think she's done got him paid up till he gets out. Is he in jail? Did they catch Fred? Did he go to jail? What? Because I didn't know that. I mean, I do apologize to those of you that think that what I did was wrong. But I had to, that's why I come out here and showed you that I did not dox this woman in any way, shape, or form. If anything, I doxed me. It's Fred for me. Is he in jail? Somebody just said when he gets out. I didn't know that he went back to jail, so they caught him. But I thought she said there was no problems. They said everything's okay. It was a misunderstanding. Yeah, she is old enough. Ziggy needs a real 9 to 5. Look, I get it if she wants to come out here. I don't even mind that she does her tarot stuff. When she does her tarot stuff, what bothers me is the fact that she is reading Summer or reading Andy or reading me. She doesn't have our permission to do that. You can't just go out there like y'all. Like there we go. I'm being doxxed. I'm doing this and it's wrong and I shouldn't bring attention to her family. However, she's on there reading my cards and telling people I'm going to kill people and this, that, and the other. Like, in my opinion, it's important that people see the facts. You know, and it's just those things that she does that she should not be doing in any way, shape, or form. I wish Tragedy Pips would come in here and listen to what I said and maybe try to grab an understanding of it. Because this girl is playing a lot of people. Like, she doesn't need help for Fred. If you want to go over there and earn money doing your tarots or talking about the case is fine. But the drama and marrying suspects and she's just gone too far. She told people that Ellie unalived 2 people. She definitely did. I just don't think I've done anything wrong in that post. Of course, it said Ziggy off. And she's going to be mad, but it ain't like I showed anything, really, except for a picture of it. And proof that I am from that area. And I could get information if need be. Because it does bother me a little bit that Ziggy has all this money. Why is Fred marrying her? Is he marrying her for money? Like, the whole wedding thing to me is weird. It seems like they are protecting something, in my opinion, if they are married. Ellie says she believes it to be true. Somebody today said that they seen it on the website that it is true. You know? Diamond Eye says, I heard her shuffle the cards and ask the cards who is stalking her, probably, on someone's $20. Who knows? She just does some weird things with them cards that you're not supposed to do, and she's not the only one. I'm not going to say that about Ziggy. There's other YouTube channels out there that do that too. Many of them, and she's been watching. She knows what she's doing, you know? And this really wasn't to come out and do a full-on attack on her or her parents. It was just to give you guys a drift of what Ziggy has. She doesn't need our money for Fred. Okay, so let's go see the YouTube streets. Miss Chewy's talking about... Here, we'll just share the tab. Miss Chewy's talking about flyers. I don't want to talk about flyers. I'm not allowed to share music. Oh, I know. I know what we'll go watch. Hold on. Remember we said we were going to watch the laugh? I know which video it is. It's this one, but that's not going to be it. Let's see.
And they modified the death penalty. Were you happy when that was done?
Was I happy when what was done?
When you found out that you weren't going to the gas chamber?
You talking about dying. Now it gets me nervous.
Why?
Did you have any thoughts about something? Was you wanting to go anywhere?
Were you happy when you found out you weren't going to go to the gas chamber, Charles?
I knew I wasn't going to go to the gas chamber because I hadn't done anything wrong.
You scared to die?
Sometimes I feel I'm scared to live. Living is what scares me. Dying is easy.
And they modified the death penalty. Were you happy when that was done?
Was I happy when what was done?
When you found...
Damn it, they took the laugh out of it. It was right there at that part, too. Hold on. Oh. There, it was the Tom Snyder interview. Now we'll be able to find it. It's really early in. It's like right at the beginning. So.
Song that some people sang.
And that's all it was.
Some other kids picked it up in their minds. And they said, what do you think Helter Skelter is? I said, well, I get out of the penitentiary in the 50s, and everybody's going thump, 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 and they're walking like that. I get locked back up. I get out in the penitentiary in the 65, and it's going thump, 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 thump. And I get locked up again, and I come out in the 69, it's going...
Or trumpeted every gruesome...
Sorry, guys, I had to go back. That was where I left off the last time I watched it. So let me go back, and while it's playing, I'm going to run to the bathroom.
In detail, America read that Manson led the marauding killers, that he held drug and sex orgies at his makeshift ranch, that he commanded others to kill to prove their love and loyalty to him. At the trial, Manson called himself a child of the system. Some said he had satanic powers. Now, 12 years later, at the age of 47, Charles Manson remains in prison, serving a life term at the California Medical Facility at Vacaville. I interviewed Manson last Saturday at the jail. You will see most of that tonight. It has been edited only for purposes of time, and also because the language at times was rough, very rough. Certain words have been taken out. Some people might ask, why run the Charles Manson interview? Well, television is supposed to make all of us look at ourselves. And that responsibility goes beyond picturing all of us as normal and rational people who are suddenly shocked when the time bomb of insanity goes off in our midst. To not run the Charles Manson interview now would be to ignore his perversity and that of others, which now and again disrupts our lives. To ignore it, to pass the interview by, would mean accepting wickedness and insanity in place of dealing with its problems. The Charles Manson interview will probably provoke dismay, possibly fear, even some anger. I hope it provokes some thought. It begins right after this. Tell me about your life here in prison. Do you read newspapers? Do you listen to the radio? Do you watch television? Do you communicate with people on the outside? What goes on for Charles Manson in this prison?
Well, I can feel the grass growing out there on the lawn, and there's a few trees that's got some leaves on it that I can feel. And I've been in jail all my life, so I'm actually right here at home.
Okay, sorry, I stepped away for a minute. She said you put her dad's address on when you says he lives close to your family members. I said he lives close to the family members. I never put, there's no address on there. You could go see it for yourself. Unless he has another address in my dad's building that he lived in. Other than that, no. My dad's name is right next to the address I showed. Yeah, me too. And it's right at the beginning, too. So if you guys like this, we can continue to watch it. Where's Fred number one suspect? They okay normally in here. They've been in my comment section. But you guys clearly seen I did not dox nobody at all. And actually, in that picture I showed, the name of the streets where it's at is in that picture, and I cut it out. So I didn't even give the name of the street she's on. And it's not the same street that I showed on mine. So she's full of it unless her dad owns that building too. Right? I never showed nobody's address. Okay. I showed my father's address.
How long have I been in jail? 34 years? 34 years, so...
Out of 47, you've been here 34.
I've been in jail. Prison. A long time. All my life. I was raised up in here. So I understand jail. So I understand myself, and I can deal with that. I set my cell, and I do my number, like a convict does his number.
You like jail, don't you?
I don't dislike or like.
Let's go back to...
Is she over there saying that now? Because if somebody can go over to her chat and tell her to show me where I doxed her father's address, I'd appreciate it. If she can show me her dad's address, I'll take responsibility for it. There's no address on there. I promise.
...1967, the time you were winding up serving a term of number of years, 10 years. And written accounts indicate that you told the authorities, don't let me out. I can't cope with the outside world. Do you have a recollection of that? And
you make a desperate plea out of something, man. There's no desperate plea out of it. I say, I can't handle the maniacs outside. Let me back in.
I didn't use the word desperate. That's your word, Charles.
Yeah, well, your inflection and your voice tones were...
No, like I'm dead serious. Please, somebody go over to Ziggy's chat and ask her to pull up where I doxed her father's address. Ask her to show it. There's no address on there. Or name. It's a photo and my thoughts.
Implications there.
Well, you use the word maniacs on the outside. How are you different from the maniacs on the outside? And why do you call them maniacs?
No, I did say it was in Miami Beach because I had to explain the area it was in for you to understand the money that her parents must have. It's not cheap to live in that area. So I did say Miami Beach and the Art Deco portion of Miami Beach. But I didn't give an address. Okay, I really want you guys to see this laugh. It's coming up. Hold on.
Because you know something, they think you are one.
Yeah, it would reflect. If you hold the negative up to the light, you don't see the light, you just see the negative. So I'm a reflection of your negative. There's no doubt about that. And I can handle that also. I've been handling, ain't I?
I don't know, have you?
Well, I've been up and down these damn hallways, in and out of these nut wards for the last 10 years. You think you could follow that act?
Don't want to follow that.
Yeah,
I don't want to get into it. But why do you want to get into that?
Well, what crowd?
Why do you
what crowd you playing for?
Huh?
I'm playing for my life. You working for money.
What is?
Did y'all hear it? Did you hear the laugh? Listen. We'll go back like right here. Listen.
So I'm a reflection of your negative. There's no doubt about that. And I can handle that also. I've been handling, ain't I?
I don't know, have you?
Well, I've been up and down these damn hallways, in and out of these nut wards for the last 10 years. You think you could follow that act?
Don't want to follow that.
Yeah,
I don't want to get into it. But why do you want to get into that?
Well, what crowd?
Why do you
what
want
crowd
to
you playing for?
Huh?
I'm playing for my life. You working for money.
What does that mean? You're playing for your life?
I'm working for my.
And that ain't even the bad one. That haha giggle. It's crazy. Like he does it so many times in all of his interviews. It gives me chills. Yeah, but it ain't just a little giggle. It's like that. Like that little thing he does. I swear it sounds just like Fred. That's my opinion. Great memory. It does sound like Fred's chuckle after he lies. Yes. But let's listen, because Charlie Manson was a nut, dude. I'd rather go watch his parole hearings. He is. Let's do that. The things this man says is outrageous.
We all want the same thing. We want our communities to be safer. We have the same concerns as everyone else when it comes to the safety of ourselves.
You being a bastard, you got me being a.
These hearings are good. These hearings.
Okay, so this is my favorite one. He was 5'2". That's all he was. He looks so much taller, don't he? No, some of them got out, Mishu. There's a few of them that got out. And one was let out to die, like she was really sick or something. Oh, Hattie, I'm sorry. I don't mean to give you nightmares. But all right, let's listen to his parole hearing. I'm just going to let it play for about 5 minutes because this man is, he like got, in my opinion, a brilliant mind, but he doesn't use it properly. You know what I mean? He knows how to work the words. I'll tell you, not even work them, but say them. Hold on.
To be taped, Mr. Manson, so if you would answer up so that it will be recorded, please. This is a subsequent parole consideration hearing for Charles Manson, B33920, received California Department of Corrections on April the 22nd, 1971, pursuant to Penal Code Section 1168 for violation of Section.
Oh, this is the first one that I've watched when I was binge watching these. And I swear to God, not even like 3 minutes into him talking, I'm like, well, there goes that parole hearing. You ain't getting out anytime soon. But the thing with Manson was he wanted to be in jail. He wanted to live there. He didn't want to be set free. He liked it in jail.
Section 187. Other California Penal Code, first-degree murder counts 1 through 7, and 182.1/187, conspiracy to commit murder, count 8, stayed. Los Angeles County case number A253156. On February 2nd, 1977, the sentence was changed in case number A253156 from death to life pursuant to court of appeal. The prisoner was additionally received on December 13th, 1971 for violation of PC 187, first-degree murder, concurrent with prior term Los Angeles County case number A267861, count 1, counts 2 and 3 of case number A267861, violation of PC 187.
Like that interview I just showed you guys, if you watch it a little bit more, he'll say like that Tom guy is asking him, did you see, did you kill this one? Did you kill that one? Did you do this? Did you do that? And he's like, no, I didn't do that. He's like, well, did you cut the guy's ear off? And he's like, no, yeah, I did that. Like, I couldn't believe it. My mouth dropped. This man is insane. He played music, yes. He did. He played music with the Beach Boys. I don't think it was the Beatles. I think it was the Beach Boys that he was like really, really good friends with. There's actually, like, when I was watching this, I found out that they have like another theory that it all had to do with his music. I want to cover Charlie for a little bit. I hope you guys will come along for the ride because I find this man interested and I still haven't seen anything, like a lot of it. All right, let's let it play.
82.1/187/211 and 187, conspiracy to commit murder and robbery and first-degree murder or stayed. The controlling minimum eligible parole date December 13th, 1978. Today's date is April the 22nd, 1971. The time is now 13:32 hours, and we are at the Corcoran State Prison. For participants in today's hearing are Commissioners Koenig and Aceto and Deputy Commissioner Brown. Representing the prisoner has declined an attorney, a state represented attorney or an attorney of his own. The representing the people of the County of Los Angeles is Stephen Kay. We also have several members of the news media attending the hearing today, and the CNPR and assistant CNPR, and we have a observer in the room. For purposes of identification, we're going to go around the room, state our first name, last name, and why we are here. I want only participants in the hearing to participate in this. I am Ron Koenig. I'll start and I'll go to my right. Mr. Manson, when we come to you, would you also give your CDC number? Okay. I am Ron Koenig, Koenig, and I'm Commissioner for the Board of Prison Terms.
Good afternoon, Joe Aceto, ACTO, Commissioner, Board of Prison Terms.
Leo Brown, ROWN, Deputy Commissioner, Board of Prison Terms.
Just participants.
Okay, I'm Stephen Kay, Deputy District Attorney, Los Angeles County.
Mr. Manson?
Charles Manson, inmate, B33-920.
Could you spell your last name, please?
MANSUN.
Thank you. Today, Mr. Manson, the panel from the Board of Prison Terms that you see before you will once again consider your suitability for parole. Certain things we have to go through, so let me.
I always thought, Mishu, that he stayed out of the Tate house, but he didn't. He was in there. I just watched something last night. They said that he actually tied them up and then left them people in there with him, with Sharon Tate. Crazy.
Let me go through this, if you will, please. And we have a procedure that we follow. If you'll follow that, it'll make it much easier on all of us. You've had 9 prior hearings. Let me explain the process so you know what's going on. The hearing is basically broken down into.
Yeah, I think he did shoot someone. I think he did. I can't remember. Let's listen, because they tell you all the charges in here. He didn't go. He didn't go in because what I watched last night, they said he did. Like I said, I'm not real educated on Charlie Manson. That's why I've been getting into it. Yeah, share your Google on this topic. She knows a lot about it. Good. Should be interesting. That'll be a good help.
3 areas. The first area is the instant offense, and I'll incorporate that instant offense, and then I'll give you read the instant offense, and then I'll give you the opportunity to make corrections or additions to the instant offense. And I'll talk about your prior criminality.
I don't understand instant defense.
Instant, that's the offense that you're in here for. The
Instant
yes.
offense?
Yes, the offenses that you're in here for. We'll then go to your social factors and your prior criminality, and then we'll go to the second part of the hearing, which is your post-conviction factors and your psychiatric evaluation. That will be handled by Deputy.
He's actually from Ohio, but I think he said his father's family is from Kentucky, and they moved back and forth between the two. So yeah, very strong Kentucky ties. I used to watch everything about him, but it was years ago. He's scary. Maybe he had a magnetic aura like Prince, or I think it's the power of his words. Like, he's so good at word jumble. You know what I mean? Like, over the top good at it when he really gets talking. I feel like after watching this, like, he was the first one to call out tragedy pimps. Like, you're making books about me and this, that, and the other. That was always a really huge thing about with him, was the media attention that he got, from what I've seen. Yeah, he was gaslighting before it was a word. You're right. Bamboozles, and he's good at it. Like, and did you guys see, I didn't even know, like, I knew he had that one son, but there's like another son out there that he was writing for years and years and years, and this guy looks like his twin. It's his kid, 100%. And the dude's so cool. Like, he plays guitar, and maybe we'll go through this over the next week a lot. Man, you could spend days on Charlie Manson. I'll have to pick out some really good things and shut the fuck up because I don't know how to do that. Let me do that now.
Commissioner Brown on my far right. The third area of the hearing are your parole plans, and Commissioner Aceto will handle your parole plans. From there, we go to questions by any one of the commissioners regarding any part of the hearing, and then questions by the district attorney. The district attorney will pose the questions to the panel, and when you answer his questions, would you please answer the panel? Do you understand what's going on then?
Yeah, I have the questions.
All right, that's all right. Let me finish, and then you can ask it. We'll then go to closing statements. The first closing statement will be by the district attorney, and then you'll have the opportunity for the final closing statement. We will then recess. We'll make a decision. We'll call you back. Everybody will clear the room. We'll recess, make a decision. We'll call you back, and we'll read into the record the decision. There are certain rights you afforded, Mr. Manson. You were notified of the hearing. I saw where you were notified. However, you refused to sign the notification. Also, you had an opportunity to review the central file, and I don't know whether you did or not. Did you review your central file?
I've been checking this thing out that I've sent here.
All right, good. You also have a right to appeal the decision within 90 days of receiving that decision. You have a right to an impartial panel, Mr. Manson. Do you have any problems with the 3 representatives from the Board of Prison Terms you see before you today?
No, not at all.
Thank you. You'll receive a tentative written decision today. The decision will be effective in approximately 60 days after the Board of Prison Terms review process has taken place. You are not required, Mr. Manson, to discuss the matter with the panel if you do not wish to. But you must keep in mind that the Board of Prison Terms panel accepts as true the court findings in the case, the fact that you are guilty of these murders. Are you going to talk to the panel today and answer questions?
Yes, sir.
Would you raise your right hand as best as possible? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Okay, at this time, I'm going to incorporate the instant offense from the decision held on December the 1st, 1982, pages 2 through 6.
I don't have that.
Okay, I'm going to read it to you so you can, if you would listen to, and then I'll give you opportunity to make corrections or additions to the instant offense.
I'm a little nervous.
Yeah, okay, just settle down because it's very informal and we want you to relax when we go through this. You're nervous?
Yes, very. I've been a long time sitting in a cell.
Well, we have a lot of people.
I'm not used to people that much.
Okay, let me read the instant offense if you'll listen,
Chairman,
please.
Chairman, I need to make a correction. The date is the April 21st.
Excuse me, date today is April the 21st, 1992. Thank you. Shortly before midnight on August, and I'm reading from the second page of the board report dated 12/1/82. Shortly before midnight on August the 8th, 1969, the prisoner informed his crime partners that now was the time for helter-skelter. The crime partners were directed to accompany Charles Watson to carry out the orders given by the prisoner. The crime partners at the time were Linda Kasabian, Susan Atkins, and Patricia Krenwinkel. As the crime partners were in the car getting ready to leave the area, the prisoner informed them, "You girls know what I mean," something witchy, instructing them to leave a sign. Crime partner Watson drove directly to 10050 Cellular Drive, where he stopped the car. Linda Kasabian held 3 knives and 1 gun during the trip. Watson then cut the overhead telephone wires at the scene and parked the vehicle.
Excuse me, where are we getting this from?
This is from the board report dated 12/1/82. Do you have a copy of that?
No, I don't. Whose signature is on the end of that?
This is a board report. This is the hearing that was held at that particular time. And this was the reading of the instant offense at that particular time.
That sounds like a book.
Well, if you listen and then you can make corrections, okay? All right. Crime partner Atkins and Krenwinkel had been in the back seat with Linda Kasabian, a passenger in the right front seat. Watson then carried some rope over the hill into the outer premises of 10050 Cellular Drive. The vehicle containing victim Stephen Parent approached the gate opening into the street. Watson stopped him at gunpoint and Parent stated, "Please don't hurt me, I won't say anything." Watson shot Parent 5 times and turned off the ignition of his car. All of the crime partners then proceeded to the house where Watson cut a window screen. Linda Kasabian acted as a lookout while another female crime partner entered the residence through an open window and admitted the other crime partners. Within the residence, the prisoner's crime partners, without provocation, logic, or reason, murdered April Abigail Ann Folger by inflicting a total of 28 multiple stab wounds on her body. Victim was Shekshi. Victim Foyket, count 2, was killed by multiple stab wounds, a gunshot wound to his left back, and multiple forced trauma of blunt nature to the head. Victim Sharon Tate Polanski was killed with multiple stab wounds. Victim Jay Sebring was killed by multiple stab wounds. On August 10th, 1969, the prisoner drove his crime partners to a location near the residence of victim Lino and Rosemary LaBianca. The prisoner entered the LaBianca home alone at gunpoint and tied up the victims. He impressed them with the statement that they would not be harmed and that a robbery was taking place. He then returned to the vehicle containing his crime partners and directed them to enter the residence and kill the occupants. He informed them not to notify the victims that they would be killed. Crime partner Charles Watson, Patricia Krenwinkel, and Leslie Van Houten then entered the residence and the prisoner drove away from the scene. The crime partners entered the residence and in a callous manner killed Lino LaBianca by inflicting multiple stab wounds to his neck and abdomen. Rosemary LaBianca was killed by multiple stab wounds, which were inflicted to the neck and trunk. The crime partners carved the word war on Lino LaBianca's stomach with the use of a carving fork. At both of the above.
I have not read the books, but I plan to. She's not supposed to read anyone's cards without their permission. Absolutely. Susan Brown.
Murder scenes, the prisoner's crime partners used blood of their victims to write the words. Under case number A267861, the prisoner was received into the institution on December 13, 1971. for violation of first-degree murder concurrent with prior term. A pistol, knives, and swords were used in the following crimes which the prisoner committed with crime partners Birolsia, how do you pronounce that one? Beausoleil, Ann Atkins, and Grogan and Davis. The prisoner directed the crime partners to go to the home of victim Gary Allen Hinman and have him sign over his property. The crime partners followed the prisoner's directions, and on July 26, 1969, they contacted the prisoner from the Hinman residence. The prisoner and Davis then went to the Hinman home, and the prisoner struck Hinman with a sword, severing a part of the right ear and causing a laceration to the left side of the face. From his ear to the mouth, the prisoner and Davis then drove away from the crime scene in Hinman's Fiat automobile. On July 27, 1969, after suffering 3 days of torturous treatment, Hinman was killed by a stab wound through the heart, which was inflicted by Beausoleil. When Hinman was found in the Topanga Canyon home on July 31st, 1969, he had been stabbed through the heart, in addition to suffering a stab wound in the chest, a gash on the top of his head, a gash behind the right ear, and a laceration on the left side of his face, which cut his ear and cheek. This concludes the reading of the incident offense. Do you have any additions or corrections, Mr. Manson, to that?
I'd like to know who signed that, who put their name on it.
Well, nobody put the name on. This was a hearing conducted in 1982. Your hearing that was conducted at that particular time, and that's a reading of the incident offense is taken from the probation officer's report at the time of the trial that you have. Do you have any corrections or additions to that?
Well, we could correct the whole thing because it's basically a hearsay.
Okay, do you remember what I said at the beginning of the hearing? Yeah. I said that we accept as true.
So that's what I said. Like the first time he opens his mouth, he's like, well, that's hearsay. There's this guy that's already been convicted. But he goes on and on. Like his wordplay is something. Then he tried to start a race war. Yeah, he did diamondize. He tried to blame the blacks. But what's so crazy about that is even after he did that, he was like going over and buying shit from them. And it started because of the one guy he was working with or something. It's a long story. There's a lot to it. You guys can help me learn it while we're getting through it. Manson has the same quick chuckle as Fred when he lies. Sure does. Okay.
The court findings in the case, the fact that you were found guilty and you are guilty of those particular murders. If there's any change or anything you want to say,
so all of that is reality to you.
Yes, we accept as true.
And either if it never happened, it's still reality to you.
Yes, because you were found guilty by a court of law.
Okay. And all the things that in that courtroom that went through that courtroom is reality to you.
Yes. Okay. Yes, it's true.
Now let me just say one thing.
Okay.
9 black Muslims and 3 Mexicans signed a writ that said I was Jesus Christ. Is that reality to you?
I didn't read that in the report.
It's in the record. I mean, you know.
We have your C file and all the reports are made available to us. Okay. And I think we know most of it, but that's the reason for the hearing, Mr. Manson, that you can bring these things out if you wish.
I think if you'll look in your own mind, for every point, there's a counterpoint. For every red, there's a black. For every black, there's a red. In other words, what you're making me into in your reports so that you can write your books and do your Rambo trips and make your movies for public entertainment is not really what happened. And what happened could have been explained. But if you will allow me to call a witness.
No, we do not allow witnesses in here.
I mean, it's within the panel. I'd like to question that man in front of the panel.
We do not allow that, Mr. Manson. We have a procedure that we follow. Now, if you want to tell about the crime, then go ahead and tell about the crime. Otherwise,
then I will say it, and then if it isn't true, he can interrupt it through you, and then we can talk through you. Is that legal?
You may.
It says here that I can call witnesses on this paper here. No. This says I got these rights to do that.
No, you do not. If you would please respond to either any additions or corrections to the incident offense that I just read.
Yeah, I didn't tie anybody up.
Okay.
I was never on the scene where anyone was killed. I think the law says you can only keep me 17 years or 18 years if I was never on the scene when anyone was killed. I was never on the crime scene of anything. The closest I came to the crime scene is I cut Hinman's ear off in a fight over some money because the Frenchman, he wouldn't pay the Frenchman. And I told him, why don't he be a man about himself and pay his debts? And we had a fight. So in order to hook me up to that, they say, well, they tortured.
I didn't know they did it at trial. What? Yeah. Very similar, Misha, in my opinion.
Tortured the dude 3 days. I was gone from that scene of that crime for 3 days. I was never on the scene of any crime. I never told anyone directly to go anywhere and do anything. I always said, and mostly it came from the witness stand, I said, like, you know what to do. You have a brain of your own. Don't ask me what to do. I just got out of prison. I don't know what's going on out here. I haven't been out of jail long enough to really get a perspective of what was happening. I just was released from McNeil Island, and I was in Mexico City prison before that. And I was in Terminal Island before that. So I really wasn't up on the 60s as much as you all make me out to be. I had just got out of prison. Most of those people, like Castabian, I knew her 2 weeks. I had seen her 2 or 3 times around the ranch. I had never even been with the broad, man, that much, you know. People came around me because I played a lot of music and I was fairly free and open because I really didn't know, honestly. Everyone says that I was the leader of those people, but I was actually a follower of the children because, like, I never grew up.
So not only is he a follower, but he's a follower of the children. He listens to the children. Craziness. Like, I was actually the follower. I wasn't the leader. They were leading me.
I've been in jail most of this time, so I stayed in the minds of the children, and I'm pretty much a street person, so violence is no new thing to me, and people getting hurt around me is no new thing. I've lived in prison all my life. That happens all the time. I've always walked on a line in Ohio, Kentucky, Indiana, all across this country, Cook County Jail, Chicago. It's always about fighting. That's part of everyday life where I live, you know. So a lot of the things that people were doing were just their own little episodes that they get involved in. And they looked at me like I was something like a friend.
Oh, I don't know. I guess I didn't pay attention to that. Cher should know. But I know that he was close to the guy at the ranch and the guy wanted to give him the ranch. I think you're right. I think they did. I think he was one of their victims.
Or a brother or a father or someone that understood, because I learned in prison that you can't really tell anyone anything because everybody's got their own perspective.
I don't think Mishu, because in some of his interviews, he complains about they didn't give him his instruments and music as much as he would have liked. That was one of his complaints about jail, was that they took his music away.
And all you can do is reflect people back at themselves and let them make up their own mind about things. So when Beausoleil come to me with, could I be a brother? I told him, certainly, you know. So we were like in a little brotherhood together, like we didn't lie to each other. And whatever he said do, I would do. And whatever I said do, he would do. But as far as lining up someone for some kind of helter-skelter trip, you know, that's the district attorney's motive. That's the only thing he could find for a motive to throw up on top of all that confusion he had. There was no such thing in my mind as helter-skelter. Helter-skelter was a song, and it was a nightclub. We opened up a little after-hours nightclub to make some money and play some music and do some dancing and singing and play some stuff to make some money for dune buggies to go out in the desert. And we called the club Helter Skelter. It was a Helter Skelter club because we would be there, and when the cops would come, we'd all melt into other dimensions because it wasn't licensed to be anything in particular. And it was kind of like a speakeasy back in the moonshine days behind the movie set. And I'm an outlaw. They're right there, you know. And I'm a gangster, and I'm bad, and I'm all the things that I want to be. I'm pretty free within myself. I cut people and I shoot them, and I do whatever I have to do to survive in the world I live in. But that has nothing to do with me breaking the line. Let me explain something about the penitentiary in my mind. I came to Gibraltar.
Bertie, please tell me you're kidding. Another case where they asked for damn firewood. All the things in the world you're asking for firewood. That's like the thing with the wills. I think the thing they should have asked for was their daughter. Manson was an upper. Fred was an upper too. My name is Bennett. I ain't said it. That's my opinion too.
In Terre Haute, Indiana, overlooking the federal penitentiary in Indiana. And I was raised by a bunch of monks that taught us how to tell the truth and how to play handball and how to box in a boxing ring. So I learned to fight early, and I ran off and stole a bicycle, and then I went to reform school for that. And I ran off from reform school, and all my life I've been in prison. I've been in jail running off. I never went to school. I've never grown up. I've never accepted the system. I accepted the old man, the old winos, and I accepted the retired veterans that were guards at the prisons and cottage supervisors and such. But there's a line that man walks. All men walk a line. And I walk that line in prison. I don't tell on other people. I don't carry tales about other people. If someone's going to kill themselves, I feel obligated by Christian ethics to tell him, don't do that. Your life is worth more than that. But if he continues to go in a self-destructive path, I step from his way. I get out of his way. I've learned that in prison. If someone's got a knife and they're going to do something, I say, don't do that. And they say, I'm going to do it. I say, I'm gone. It's got nothing to do with me. So they called me on the phone and said, the guy's got a gun. What do I do? I said, well, if he's got a gun, he must be afraid of something.
Hold on now. I think he's kind of straying away from what you had going.
Okay.
I'm right there in Beausoleil's murder.
Yeah, I think he's taught.
You know,
that's
I'm right there on the telephone where he called and asked me what to do. This is the point where I got convicted.
Go ahead.
It would come from the witness stand that when on the telephone, the only thing that ever connected me with Hinman's murder was Beausoleil called me and asked me what to do. And I told him, you know what to do. I didn't tell him like, you know what to do.
So, hold on. So I think it was Bertie that said it. Fucking itching my throat. I'm telling you, I'm going to rip my throat out. But yeah, I think Hinchman, is that his name? I think that's the guy that owned the ranch. So you're right. They did off him.
I told him, man, you're a man. Grow up, juvenile. Don't ask me what to do. Stand on your own 2 feet. Be responsible for your own actions. Don't ask me what to do. I just got out of prison. I don't want to go back to jail. I know what walking that line is. It's a straight razor in the barbershop in McNeil Island. I worked in the straight razor. I worked in the barbershop in McNeil Island. I was with all the old men that came out of Alcatraz. I don't break the law.
Misha, my mama called them hot toddies. I think you're right. I need one.
The old man tells me, if you don't break the law, you don't have to go to jail. You break the law, you're putting yourself in jail. The law is there in the will of God. You break that law, you're breaking the will of God, and you're going to go to jail. When I got out, that was my symbol. Everybody else was doing this and different symbols. I would do that. And they say, what is that symbol? I'd say, that symbol is I got one positive thought. I'm in a rebirth movement. I just come out of prison. I got a chance to start over, and I'm starting over, and I'm not breaking no laws. So don't come around me with nothing. I don't want no money. I'll eat out of garbage cans. I'll stay on the complete bottom. I'm underneath this snake here. I'm not breaking no law. So a lot of people came to me from the underworld and in the outlaw world and run away from the war, from the Vietnam War. That was, what's his name? Them guys that testified for you on them motorcycles, them Italian kids that came off of that Venice.
Not just CPS Running Bear, but the police have no control over that area. I mean, I'm sure now after green eyes, he hasn't been in yet. Behave if he comes in. You did very, very good the other day. I'm very proud of you. But Running Bear, what I was saying, it's not only CPS, it's as if they didn't have any law-abiding authorities to control anything in that area. And it's gone very uncontrolled, and they don't even know what they're looking at when it comes to that. And while we're on here, I showed the picture of what was going on earlier on, what's the name of that road? Where they found someone. If anybody hears any updates on that while I'm live, please come over and let me know. I've been looking all day. All right.
California. They took the witness stand and they said everything they could get away with to get their cases dropped. There wasn't a witness that took that witness stand that didn't have.
I went to the hearing, Mr. Manson. Just talk about the crime. Any changes from what I read?
Well, that's what made that. That's what wrote that down. Is what all these people said to you guys. You know, they told you all these tricks about what I said and when I.
Well, and think about it. At the time that Summer went missing, we were going through all that COVID stuff. That's what was going on when Summer went missing. We were just, a year and a half over and on it. That summer, I think if I remember, the numbers had gone down. And then when Summer came, they came back up. And Candace said that that's why she went to the horse pond that day, was to keep away from people because of the sickness. Whatever. Okay.
Said it. How the hell can you possibly know what I said to somebody 25 years ago in the corner of when we were only talking to ourselves, and I couldn't even remember what I said. I may have said just anything, but I know what I would say now, and I don't lie, so I know what I would say then. You know, and I certainly wouldn't tell nobody to go in and do nothing to anybody that I wouldn't want done to me. Okay. I got listen. I got enough sense to know that if I spit on you, that gives you the God-given right to spit on me back. Anything I do to you, you got the right to do right back to me, and I'm not going to get caught up in that. I've been in jail long enough to know if you go over on the other side of that yard and you beat somebody up, and you walk that lines, sooner or later somebody's going to beat you up.
Okay, let me go on a little bit, and talk about your prior criminality. You covered it pretty well.
That's what I'm saying. Like, he had a sound mind. He knows, you don't go over there and beat someone up. This guy knew what he was doing, in my opinion. What do you guys think? You think he knew he was leading that cult?
It says here that you started your criminal history when you were very young. Is that right?
So someone came into my chat, Running Bear, and said that there was a missing 14-year-old. I went and looked. I can't find anything on it. So if anybody sees that, let me know. I don't even know that it was a child they found or what they found. I just know there was something found. And hi, Lady Or.
Back in '48, you went to Terre Haute, Indiana, boys' school because of a burglary of a grocery store. Then you went AWL from the school and was placed in Indiana State Reformatory.
Before you get into that, before you rush me off into that,
okay.
Every time I go to these committees, I'll wait 2 or 3 years for you, and I'll sit in a cell and stare at the wall for 2 or 3 years, just waiting for you people. And then when you get here, you can't even give me 5 minutes.
Okay.
You're in such a rush,
right.
you know.
And what I'm
You have
trying
to slow down with my mind and to see where your mind is.
All right.
Like,
You're right.
let me say this. The courtroom, Charles Older would not have been sitting on that bench had I not went in the courtroom. So we're kind of like married in this thought together. Like we're together whether we want to be here together or not, you know.
Did I really say Lady T? I must have been looking at another letter or something under you. Lady R, I'm sorry. I apologize. You're not Lady T.
We're stuck in this madness. You know, I don't want this job. I'm not getting paid very much, you know.
No, that's true.
And you're certainly going to get paid if you take your time. So give me a time to finish what I was trying to do, will you, please?
Is it on the crime, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay.
Yes, sir. It's the very same thing that you read.
Oh, and I stopped and came in and said, hey, Lady Orr, because as I was switching over, if that's what you meant, I was switching over to put the video on and I pressed play and then seeing you were in here. Oh, okay. As long as I said it right. But I seen you on, so I had to hurry up and pause it and come back in. And that's why I said, oh, and hi, Lady Orr. It was because I seen you, not because you were talking to Lady T. And yay, we got the Manson archives in here. This one can tell us where we're wrong. I love it. I know you were.
Okay.
You know, I kind of anticipated what you were going to say because you've been saying the same thing for 20 years.
All right.
This has grown so much that the people living in my life have moved in with uniforms and penitentiaries. They built whole penitentiaries in the fear that they've generated off of this case.
Yes. So Delta Dawn, the first post, here, we'll take a break from this. Sorry, guys, who are enjoying this. But let me go to my community, because I got the first post they posted, and it said, Kingsport, Tennessee, possible crime scene critical incident. Body reportedly found on 5200 block of Fort Henry Drive. Police, fire, and rescue crews on the scene. Updated reports indicate subject was not responsive. Later photos showing technical rope rescue. So I'm not sure what they mean by that. 1 minute they're saying it's a body, the next it's somebody in the car is unresponsive. So that's why I'm just trying to pay attention a little bit to it. So if you guys see anything, let me know. I like you pointed out that vindictive giggle. Aw. Dude, Manson, I really think he knew what he was doing. But I also believe he was led by the government. Very possible. Who knows? It's really interesting to sit and listen to him. We're going to watch this whole video, and then I'm going to jump off here. And I think tomorrow I'm going to continue, but I'm going to find better clips. Okay, hold on. Oh, shit. I got to share the page first. Sorry.
So the public can feel safe against this monster, we're going to charge you $200 million to build another set of penitentiaries.
Mr. Manson.
So people living in my life, they don't care whether I broke the law or not. They'll make up a lot of things and sell a lot of books, 58 of them to be exact. And billions of dollars have been made. And it's okay if I have to spend my life in prison. Let me finish. Just to hold me, because I've shown you some strong strength, and I haven't surrendered to this by copying out to you or telling tales on someone else or playing weak. You've medicated me, you've burnt me, you've beat me, you've stabbed me, you've done everything you can do to me, and I'm still here, and you're still going to have to face the truth about this case sooner or later, if not here in the street.
All right, Mr. Manson, I'm going to give you an opportunity to give a closing statement, and you can read that or talk about that at that particular.
Like he was ever getting out of jail. He's sitting at a parole office telling the guy, come on, let's go outside, fight in the street. He's like, if not here, then in the street. Dude, you're at a parole hearing. Shh. He went very gray. He did.
Particular time. We're going to now talk about your prior criminality. I said before, and I think you stated that you were placed in a boys' school at an early age in 1948 for burglary. You tried to escape from there or run away, whatever it was, and you were placed in Indiana State Reformatory. Again, went AWOL in February of '51. You stole an automobile, went to Utah. You were arrested there, and you were convicted of the Dyer Act and sentenced to the National Training School for Boys in Washington, D.C. Your adult convictions, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, or 9 adult convictions beginning in 1955 and ending in 1969. They consisted of the Dyer Act. You were sentenced to 3 years in federal prison for that. Attempted escape, 5 years probation. Forgery and mail theft, 10 years suspended. Los Angeles probation violation, 10 years federal prison. McNeil Island, Washington. South Ukiah, interfering with an officer, 3 years probation. And in Ventura, reproducing or possession of a driver's license. And in Los Angeles was the incident offense of murders. Now, you said you also spent time in Mexico in a prison?
Yeah, I was in Mexico for
in prison down there?
Mexico City prison, yeah, immigration prison.
What was that? Oh, what was that for?
I had been accused of killing some French people and a couple of dudes in Acapulco.
And how long were you in prison down there?
I was there a couple of different times.
A couple of times? I have here on your personal factors, Mr. Manson, that you were born in 1934 in Cincinnati, Ohio. Your mother was Kathleen Maddox, who never, and you never saw your natural father.
That's not true.
It's not true?
No, my father's name was William Manson.
William?
Yes.
And did you live with him for a while?
No, it's one of those divorce trips where you see a guy walk by and he's your father, and you really don't. I remember his boots, and I remember when he went to the war. I remember when his uniform, but I don't remember what he really looked like.
Your mother was arrested shortly after the birth and sentenced to prison for assault and robbery.
Yeah.
And you lived with your maternal grandparents and your aunt in West Virginia. You don't have a son.
The Manson Archives. I feel like I've watched your channel before. You're not the son by chance, are you? I doubt it, but I had to ask because I know I've seen your channel.
Southern accent, do you?
When I need it.
Yeah, when you need it. You later resided foster homes until you were made a ward of the court in '47. The rest of the juvenile life was spent in various reformatories and boys' schools in Pennsylvania and Indiana. You dropped out of school.
He has a son. He has a channel, I think, very similarly named to that. And it's the son that he met after he had been in jail and the child was grown. Did you know about that guy? Because I want to cover that too. That's pretty cool. That guy looks just like him. Sounds like him and everything, but he's totally different. 100% different. The Mason Fowles is a part of Charles. That is the Church of Satan. Michael Schreck wrote those files. I'll have to look at them. I haven't seen them. All right, Mishu, hurry up. You're okay. Be careful. Don't hurry. That's what I meant. No, I can't ask a million questions. I'll be back tomorrow with some more of Manson. Maybe he'll come back. The Manson Files is part of of Charles. That is the Church of Satan. Michael Schreck wrote them files. Your opinion is that Manson didn't want to go to jail, but he surely kept breaking the law. Well, you know what I think what the Manson Archives is trying to say, Lady Ors, because I think that's the vibe I got too. Like, he wanted to be out of jail. That's why he started that and started bringing people up there. But he grew up in jail. Once you're there, there's really not. Like, I don't think he took a DNA and there was no relation. Aw, are you serious? I was hoping they would be related, dude. He looks just like him. Amazingly like him. No, part of the Church of Satan nor part of Nick Schreck. I still want to talk to that dude one day because he has like letters for Manson, like notebooks and photo albums of letters and letters the whole time Manson was in jail. And Manson took that, he claimed them as his child. It's crazy they're not related. You got to be kidding me. I thought for sure. They look like twins. When Charlie learned about what the girls had planned, copycats, he planned to leave for good. Crystal, that's what I was saying. Yeah. Okay, let's listen a little. I just got to keep stopping because of copyright, so that's why I stop. But I'm trying to get better.
At the age of 9 in the 3rd grade. You married Rosalie Willis in 1954. The marriage ended in divorce in 1956. You have one son, Charles Jr., which resulted from this marriage. But you have not seen your son since the divorce. Is that correct, Mr. Manson?
Oh, I don't know.
Okay. It says there no military service. You used LSD extensively, mescaline, amphetamines, and barbiturates, but no alcohol. Is that correct?
No.
Well, enlighten me.
I've taken a few tabs of acid. I smoke grass. I smoke a little hash. I don't mess with drugs per se. I don't do anything that's self-destructive. I like the cactus buds. They're spiritual experience. And
peyote?
The mushrooms are okay.
Yeah.
I drink Scotch whiskey. I like Scotch whiskey.
Well, now we know why he thinks like he does. All them hallucinogens, holy crap. But I guess that was the thing back then, right? I wasn't born till 77, so I used it all. I didn't believe that for 1 second he was leaving the group. Charlie never uses speed. He doesn't approve speed or anything that went into the system like heroin. He definitely liked the trip, though. I could see that. I was kind of shocked when I found out that it was the Beach Boys and the Beatles that he really liked. Because I could more picture him like in like the Doors or Pink Floyd or, I mean, the Beatles, yeah. What book, lady, or Helter Skelter? Or do you recommend a different one? Yeah, I want to read them. Which book should we start with, Lady R? And the Manson Archives. James knows everything about him, Crystal. I don't know, was your mom with him? I don't remember how you know him, James. I don't know what you're talking about, honey. Psychedelic man in the 60s. Yeah. Helter Skelter's fiction. LSD is a man-made chemical drug, not natural. He used cocaine. He said it in interviews. Yeah, but he also said that he used a lot of hallucinogens. He did like cocaine, but he did do the hallucinogens too. It's true. Into the Darkness. He was leaving with his girlfriend at the time, Stephanie Scrome, and Susan Atkins and Linda Casaubon came up with the plan for copycat killings. Michael Schreck wrote the Manson Files. Okay, so start with that one. I definitely will do that.
I drink beer occasionally. I'm not much of a wine drinker, but now and then some wine with the meals, all right?
Do you get any of that in here?
No.
All right, we're going to, remember I said there were 3 areas of the hearing. The second area is your post-conviction factors. We may come back to this. I told you one area we have questions.
Do I get to say anything about that?
Oh yeah, you're going to in just a little bit. We're going to go to your post-conviction factors and your psychiatric evaluation. Now that's everything that's happened to you since your last hearing, and also the...
I could pick one and order it, or I could do it. My husband got all them fancy reading things because he reads at work. And we can read them together. Wouldn't that be cool? Like maybe do like a chapter a night or something at the end of the night. It's fact he even confirmed he was going to leave because Manson knew Sharon and he knew the other celebrities through the Soda Pop Club and the Beach Boys. Yeah, that just shocks me. Like that's so not the music I would have pictured he played. I still haven't heard his music. So we'll get there too. I know everything's out there. I just never followed it. I mean, I know the basics. Like everybody knows the basics about Charlie Manson, but I didn't know Goodbye Helter Skelter is a good book. Okay, well, we'll start with those. That sounds good. Charlie didn't know Sharon. That's rumor, which is what the Manson file is. I thought he did know her. And Doris Day's son. Oh, I got a lot to learn about this case, guys. Y'all are going to have to educate the hell out of me.
The evaluation, and Deputy Commissioner Brown will handle that on my far right.
Thank you, Mr. Conley.
You're welcome.
Do I get a minute here in between there?
What do you want a minute?
To respond to just what that record that you laid out there?
We'll go back to that.
There's no way my mind can handle that.
All right.
In other words, I don't have the papers you have, and I can't refer to what you're referring
Yes,
to.
you may respond to this right now.
Okay.
Go ahead.
He's like, my brain can't handle that. They did tell him at the beginning, oh, here's the papers, blah, blah, blah. We'll read it and you change it. Charles Manson did not know Sharon Tate. The killers even said they didn't know the victims. Wow. Yeah, I got a lot to learn about this case. I'm happy you guys are in here tonight.
What?
Yeah, it wasn't her. Didn't her husband have something to do with the recording station or something, or some kind of TV? I don't know. I don't want to put my foot in my mouth.
What that whole first 11 years being locked up in, it was trying to get away. You got a juvenile, you lock him up in juvenile hall, you don't know anything. He's got no parents. He's got nobody telling him the truth. Everybody's lying to him. So the only thing he can do is run away. So that's all I did. I ran away. And every time I ran away, they just got me and put me in a harder place to get away. So every time I would run away, they would take me and put me in a more difficult place to run away until I got to the federal prison system. I ran through Indiana, and I ran through Illinois, and I ran through Ohio. And then when they put me in Washington, D.C., Dr. Hartman put me in Virginia, Natural Bridge Camp with the moon. And that was in 1951. Then I went to Petersburg, Camp Petersburg, Virginia, where they got the military academy. And then I went to Pennsylvania. And then I went to Ohio. And in 1954, I got out. And I really didn't know what I was doing. I was still 9 years old in third grade in my mind. I couldn't very well know what was going on. You know, I never had any help from anyone. No one ever done anything for me. So what I did was I married the first girl I came to and stole a car and came to California because that's where she wanted to come. And I just followed her around like a blind guy because I really didn't know California was, I didn't know what California was. I'm just a dumb hillbilly. I thought the pigeons were seagulls and the seagulls were pigeons. I didn't know the difference, So when I got to California, it was all about fighting in the county jail. I wasn't out on the street with maybe 2 or 3 weeks before they had me in the jail back in Terminal Island. So I went through the lieutenant there, and they brought the lieutenants and the men that were in the uniform from the dentist office and all the Navy and the doctors from Dr. Hartman. They brought them from back east. They brought them to Terminal Island with a lot of the
Lady Ora, you got some of the books? Maybe what we could do is, if you want to, come up the next time I'm live and you can read the first chapter. I'm interested. I want to hear it. We'll be able to find it. I wonder if it's on YouTube. They might even possibly have it on here. I'd imagine 16 also. Find more as well. I'm excited to read the books and learn about this case a little bit.
Old-time gangsters that were being released is going to Needles, California, and out in the deserts and doing different things in the mafia world and that old underworld where they made all that moonshine and stuff. So I learned all the things they learned. So I'm picking up all these things from all these older men. So they're laying out.
I understand now, Diamond Eyes. I thought you were saying he did something to Doris Day's son, too. I was going to say, holy God. Okay, I get it now. Thank you. I'm glad you said that because you cleared it up for me. I was sitting here really puzzled. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, we got some reading and stuff to do here.
Now, to me, what's right and what's wrong. And I don't really know what's right and what's wrong, because people that say what's right and wrong, they're not doing what they say. They're doing something different than what they say, you know. So I had to find all this out for myself. So then when you keep calling me a criminal and keep calling me a bad guy, then I got to be all the things that you think in your mind that I am, which is that's not really what I am. You got me being a bastard. You got me being a dope fiend. You got me being everything's bad. I'm only 5 foot tall. I was 5'7", then I went to 5'6". Now I'm down to 5'2". I figure about another 20 years I'll be about 4 feet tall, because everybody's just constantly pushing it over on me like they got permission to get away with doing anything they want to do to me, because I don't have no parents, because I don't have no money, because I don't have no education. You got to have education or some parents, or you're not smart. You got to be stupid if you don't read and write. You know, you got to be all the things that are bad if you ain't got no.
That's okay, lady, or we're all a little weird. What's that saying that Dr. Seuss says? I can't think of it right now. Check out Goodbye Helter Skelter podcast. George broke his book down into sections. Okay, well, we could do that. Maybe we could start in there. I'll look it up. I got my chat. I'll come back later and take notes. Terry Milcher sold his home. Oh, I didn't know that. Boy, you guys know a lot about this case. I'm sitting here lost. I keep pausing trying to read it and understand it. But I'm going to... Is it really? I want to hear it. Okay, let me let this play, or we're never going to get out of here.
Nobody to protect you, because you find out in that cell the only person that loves you is Jesus Christ. And that rebirth movement in 1967 was mine. Now you can tell Carter and all them other people that have been stealing my life every day and living in my reality, you know, that they could read Corinthians 13 chapter verse, you know, and that'll handle that part of it. That's seeing what I got to say there.
You did a good job there. We're going to go to the second area of the hearing now. Mr. Brown will have a post conviction.
I'm going to start right in with your CDC 115s. We have about 60 of them. And it doesn't appear that you have been doing very much to change them. I won't go all the way back past 1981. As a matter of fact, I'll start in 83. The last time you appeared before the board was 1981. And I'm sure that that panel reviewed all of those 115s with you prior to that time. There's 60 of them starting from that time. Disrespect towards staff, possession of a hacksaw blade. You have a copy of those?
No.
Some violence, dangerous property.
No, I know what all those are, though.
I want to read a couple this year that you had. March 14th, 1992, threatening staff. On 3/14/92 at approximately.
Hold on, guys, a minute. I'm going to do something real quick. Can you see my tab? Do you see the weird shit that's going on in my inbox? It's doing it again. Use a one-time code instead. You put it in. Oh, it worked. Okay, shit. I didn't mean to do that. Okay, hold on. I didn't think it was going to work. Usually that doesn't come on. It'll skip it all and not give me my shit. But that's the weird shit that my messenger's doing. Terry, I'll grab it as soon as I get a chance. I want to take this off my Facebook.
$10 while conducting my duties as floor officer. I was sweeping the upper tier of A section with inmate Manson. They demanded I go out to the shoe yard and clear the showers now, clean the showers now, because in his opinion they're dirty. I informed inmate Manson that I wouldn't have time to clean them today. Inmate Manson began to call me a liar and a treacherous bitch. Inmate Manson also stated I would like.
That is my father's address. I showed it. that's not her dad's address unless her dad owned the building that my dad lived in. And if he did, I might even have a few questions for Ziggy's dad. That is not her father's condo. That is where my father lived. The name on the paper is Martin Stanley. It's not her name. My maiden name, the name I was born with, is Crystal Stanley. So you could tell her to go look at that again, that my father's name's on it, and that I showed the been verified today in live in real time. She can come look at it. I was doxing my father, not hers. That's not even the condominium her father lived in. Her father's was much fancier. All right, back to Manson.
Like to break all the bones in your body, starting with your elbow, working down to your knees. And inmate Manson stated, "Tell that man up there, the control booth operator, to open the cell door."
Lady Orr, I would love to do that, but it don't let me click on people from StreamYard. How do I do that? Oh, no! Aw, fucking shit! No, I think I just put him in timeout. Aw, mother... Hold on. Because I didn't mean... See, I do that every night now. Hold on, guys. I'm so sorry, dude. So sorry. Hold on, I'm going in to see if make sure I didn't block them. I'm gonna unblock everybody right now. Well, unless I know who they are. I can't believe I just did that. No, he's not blocked. He's timeout. I hope he'll come back. All right. Hold on. You're not getting... Oh, Phoebe is in there. Okay, Phoebe. You're unblocked. Unfortunately, I just blocked the Manson channel. I do that to everybody, dude. I'm so sorry. I can't... What it is I hit them 3 brown dots, and while I'm hitting it and looking at it, I'll hit the timeout or something because the chat moves. It goes up, so I'm so sorry. Please come back. Oh, God. I stay making an ass out of myself. I'm so sorry. I just did that to Phoebe yesterday. That's why I had to go unblock her.
And let me beat you into submission so that you'll be under my power. You recall that? Yeah. Threatening staff?
Do I get to explain?
You want to explain that?
Yeah.
You got it. Go ahead.
I just ain't touching them 3 damn dots no more. If someone's trolling me, they can troll, I'll record it. That's ridiculous. I'm just not touching the damn dots no more. That's the 3rd time I've done that. It's crazy. I'm so sorry.
Prison is a treacherous place to live in. You miss one move and you get stabbed. You got to be aware of everything that goes on. There's nothing that you can overlook. You got to be aware of your air and the ventilator that you breathe, because if you got emphysema and a ninja warrior gets in your air, he can stop your air. So out in the shower area, they got some rust that's coming out of the pipes. And this rust is building up, and it looks just exactly like instant coffee. If you take a spoonful of that rust and you mix it in with instant coffee,
we should be able to reverse them timeouts when something like that happens, because it truly is a mistake. Like, the chat moves when you're hitting the buttons, and if you go to hit something, like I was clicking to click out of it, and it clicked time him out, and it's embarrassing. I look like an idiot. So for now on, I'm just not going to touch them damn 3 buttons no more. Y'all could just please ignore the trolls or something, so I can figure out how to make my chat not move when I'm looking at something. That was so dumb. I can't believe I did that again. Jesus.
and you give somebody a cup of coffee, you can burn their kidneys out. You can kill them. So there's a deadly substance out in the yard that needs cleaned up. Because if I'm aware of this substance, when someone else comes out, they see this substance, they may pick some of it up and put it in my coffee. So I try to be aware of everything. So I asked the woman when she came to work, I said, would you take the hose that you've been watering me down with and squirting me with when no one's looking, and go out there and squirt down that yard and clean up that mess out there to where, and she says, well, no, she wasn't going to do that. I said, well, somebody needs to do that because it's a danger, you know. So she says she didn't want to do it, and she called me a liar, so I called her a liar back. Now, whether you want to accept this or not, the deer in the woods, there's a doe and there's a buck. The buck comes up to the doe and scares the doe, and the
You know, that's a really good idea, and I've done that once before, so I don't know why I haven't thought of it, but I will. Oh, yay, he's back. Thank goodness you didn't like ban me forever. It's me, Manson Archives. Yay, look, we get to show his channel. He got a new channel coming out, True Crime Culture. Go make sure you guys sub up. And I won't block him again. Okay, let me press play. My hubby's trying to say bye. Thank you for coming back. I really do apologize. I'm going to let this play for a minute.
doe turns around and backs up to the buck. That's a matriarch and a patriarch. I live in a patriarch. You live in a matriarch. You back up to your women. I don't back up to my women. I don't take no lip from my women. I don't give them none, but I don't take none either. If they disrespect me, I'll disrespect them back. If they hit me, I'll hit them back.
I'm going to interrupt you. Yeah. I'm going to read these other two because they're along the same line. You keep your thought, and I'll let you continue to go in that vein for a short while longer. But I'm not going to allow you to ramble all day.
You got it.
The second one, February the 1st, 1992, written by an officer by the name of Bass. You told her, Bass, you're a fucking punk. She attempted to counsel. You stated, Bass, open this fucking door, and I'll take that stick away from you and beat your ass with it. We got another one. February the 10th, 1992, officer by the name of Moody. Became verbally abusive, saying, get your nose out of my ass, you bitch. When I attempted to proceed with CDC 115, Manson exposed his penis and said, suck my dick, you black bitch, you're nothing but a witch. Manson then proceeded.
No filter at all. I've seen some interviews with the police, I think. They've come out. Some of them are pretty good. There's that one officer that talks a lot about him.
You just spit on it. Now you may go ahead and conclude your statement that you were making about why this kind of behavior keeps going on as far as you're concerned.
Prison is a place where they keep men. They chew tobacco, they spit, they cuss, they do bad things. They ride horses, they fall down. It's not a place where women should be working. Women come in here, we sitting on the toilet, we have to bear down and take our clothes off and bend over and show our private parts, and they stand there and gawk. And it's not a place for a woman. I wouldn't want my mother working in a prison if I had one. I wouldn't want my sisters. I wouldn't want my old ladies working in a prison. A prison in the authoritarian type job.
So wait, he had siblings? How many siblings did he have?
Jobs kind of, they like certain kinds of jobs. Some women that don't like men, they like these kind of jobs. they can get over on some men, and they feel really good about that because they didn't like their father and they don't like men anyway. Well, I don't.
So only one and a half a sister? Well, a half sister, not a half a sister. Right, Rex was his name. Oh, I got a lot to learn. I like that it's kind of like brand new for me.
Particularly like men either. Whatever men is, or whatever that is to them, it's got nothing to do with what it is to me. So what it is to me is like, I say a lot of words. They say are bad words. For me, they're just words. I don't see good words or bad words. Good and bad is up to the individual to decide whatever he feels like is good words. So when you're talking to a man, you say, hey, you old dirty how the hell are you, you old ding dong, ruby baba? You're saying things that you're capping what they call the dozens. You're rapping back and forwards, and you got a guy and you're sitting there rapping, and you let a stinker, and there's two guys in the room, and one of them smells it and looks at the other and says, wasn't me. I mean, there's only two of you there. It couldn't, I mean, now you're going to lie to yourself, So me and this man is standing there, and we're rapping and man talk back and forwards, and this woman come around the corner like I was talking to her. I wasn't talking to her to start with. I was talking to the guy.
You have enough sense to understand that when you've accumulated this many disciplinaries, that somewhere along the line, somebody is saying that you're doing it wrong. And somewhere in your mind, you need to make some kind of decision that you're going to make a choice to stop. Now you can sit up and you can rationalize and you can come up with all the rhetoric that you want to, but it isn't going to get you out of the hole. You're just going to continue to dig yourself in deeper.
Okay. Can I explain that?
Go ahead.
The turnaround comes to push, push comes to shove. Shove comes to looking around and see where you're up above or down below, where you're at and how it turns. Something that said it's good, say it's bad, that's good. Say what it is, that's cool. So when you gets cool, you got some fool coming through the door, you don't know what he's doing about what. He just come and fell out of the water like a fish on the floor. And he don't know what he's doing, he got no idea where he's at, and he's coming in other people's lives.
This is what I mean about the word salad with him. Like, he's really good at using his words and saying his explanations, and this is why not, and this, that, and the other. He really takes no responsibility for any of it. I think the dude's a genius, but a psychopath. At the same time, from what I've seen so far, I'm not like glorifying his murders. I think they're awful. Nobody should be murdered, but this is what I mean when I say about him talking. Like, he's really good at trying to like make you think, because I was even sitting there for a minute watching this, like, yeah, he didn't actually kill them. You know what I mean? Just crazy. He could twist the mind. That's what I think. I think you could see it, and it's with his words. He's really good at it. But this is his truth, and you could tell he's dead serious. Like, I didn't kill them people, they did. Like I said with Tom Kirk, what was the guy that I just showed? He did the video. But he was like asking him, he's like, well, did you do this? No, I didn't do that. No, I didn't do that. Well, did you cut the guy's ear off? No, I didn't. Yeah, I cut the guy's ear off. And to me, that shows like some sort of honesty about it. But he is, nobody I'd want my daughter or son hanging around. That's for sure. I wouldn't be around him. But he did have like a brilliant way of trying to convince. I don't know. He didn't actually do the killings. And that's just so like he gets you thinking, I still think he deserved to be in prison though. So.
Talking about words you don't even know nothing about. Then he comes into my world, my life, and tells me, some old punk ass motherfucker shit that's going to get me killed if I don't put up some force fields in his mind and get his ding dong ass off me. So I tell him, get off me. If you don't get off me, I'll teach you how to get off me. Now he learns that. He turns that around and he tells the inmate, you get up against that wall and shake down. And then he learns his man from getting the man. And when they feel real secure, then they have to get them 115s in.
And that's what I'm saying. Manson and true crime culture. I don't know what to call you now. That's what I'm saying. He wanted to be in jail. Like, he didn't care. He did that. But when he writes, like, to the guy that he thought was his son, he sounds super intelligent and like supportive and yeah, crazy talk. It's crazy, but it's like brilliant at the same time. I don't know how to explain it.
Before I get to parole, because they want to get them 115s in, because they don't want to ever let me go. Because if they let me go, they lose the best thing they got, because they feel secure as long as they got me locked up in a cell. They feel like, they got the man right there in the box where they can go back and say what's what to who and said where. You representing who in what park or whose courtroom. See, here's the thing. Let me say this to you, Chief Thomas. When we
hold up just a minute. My name is written right there.
Yeah,
Don't
Mr. Brown.
you ever call me anything but that name right there. Do you understand?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Now proceed.
I should be commentating on that part, but I want to commentate on this. Charlie was intelligent and articulate to those that were worthy of seeing him, and not to the masks. I get that. And I even seen, like, in some of his news interviews, like, he would come in and he'd say, oh, they have me locked in cuffs 24/7 a day. They let me come out here and talk to you without the cuffs on. And there's moments like he gets up and you're like, is this dude gonna snap the fuck out? Like, what is he doing? But he doesn't. He's calm, like calm, just pacing around talking, and you're just waiting for that minute. Like, what the fuck is this guy gonna do? And he does nothing. I think it's like a tactic that he used, or crazy brilliance. True crime. He was yeah, I thought he said he was 9, but 11, still very young. Thank you guys for teaching me about this.
Sure. So it comes to this. It's like, I'm not going to try to kid you. I'm not going to try to play nothing with you.
I'm not going to play with you.
Yeah.
And let me tell you something.
Wait a minute.
No, you wait.
Oh, you want to kick me out of here now?
No, I'm not going to kick you out of here. No way I'm going to kick you out.
We're locked doors with what? What do you want to prove?
I'm not going to tell corrections what to do with you. But we're going to follow some kind of decorum and procedure in this hearing room. I'm going to let you go just a little bit longer on this that you're talking about. Then we're going to move to your psych reports. Now go ahead.
I reflect the procedure back to stay alive, man. And I got to get nasty sometimes, because everybody you send in here working over me is not a nice guy. You know, I think if any of you have any experience in jail, you know that jail is not a very nice place to be. And you have all kinds of different people on all kinds of different levels. And I have to deal with all those levels. I have to deal with every kind of psychotic maniac you got in the world trying to burn me up, trying to beat me up, trying to get some attention to get me in any kind of direction they can. And I have to propose a certain image and keep a certain kind of guy stuck up there to keep those bullies off of me. Because if I show any weakness, if I fall down in any perspective, I get ate up, because I run with a pack of wolves. And I got to be a wolf. And when it reflects back to you that I'm a no good so-and-so and so forth, I'm reflecting the procedure that's reflected onto me. If I don't have any other choice but to get a 115 to stay out of something more dangerous or more terrible, rather than stay out of my cell and fight this big old ugly guy, I'm going to call him a bunch of names so he put it on paper. And then when he puts it on paper, I say, well, I didn't have to go with that physically. Then I could do it mentally. As long as I run my job mentally and I get it put on the paper, then physically I can walk around with all that violence and I can stay in peace and harmony.
You say that you're deliberately keeping yourself placed in a situation?
No, I'm saying that we're all doing this. We all use each other in different perspectives all the time. It's the song saying, love won't let you go. It ain't got nothing to do with love won't let you go. It's people need you that they don't want to let you go. They need you for different reasons. They need you to feel secure in. Because if they got guys they're afraid of, you got 2 or 3 dudes over there that are bad and you're afraid of them and you're a correctional officer, but yet you got a guy over here that ain't afraid of you. It's like this woman comes to work and goes over to this guy and tells him, turn your radio down. And he tells her, get her back, get out of it, run her off. So she comes over to my cell because she sees that he's afraid of me. So she takes my radio away and looks back at him and says, So then she uses me to stand up over you. Because in the darkness on the yard out there, you do what I tell you to do. When you're on that committee, I'll do what you tell me to do.
Did they televise his trials? Are you able to see them? Are they on YouTube? Because I didn't see those. I seen a bunch of the interviews and a few of the parole hearings. There's a lot of stuff out there. This guy did a lot of interviews while he was in jail. Why doesn't the judge tell him to sit down and shut up? I think they liked listening to him. I would guess it would be pretty interesting to hear what he had to say after being able to orchestrate the shit he was able to orchestrate. That's my guess. I'm probably wrong.
I'm the man in here. And that's a fact.
You finished now?
We're off the record right now.
Yes, sir.
No talking.
Not by choice.
No talk?
I can't show you no weakness either. Excuse me, I'm sorry.
This is tape 2 in the case of Charles Manson, April 21st, 1992, California State Prison, Cochran, California. You're going to proceed to your psychiatric evaluations. You don't have one. Well, you have one for this year, but you didn't have one completed for the Board of Prison Terms.
What? So he testified. He took the stand, is what you're saying. But they didn't let the jury hear his testimony? Well, what would the point have been? That's not really giving him his rights, though, is it? I mean, I'm not saying he should have walked off. I don't think he should have, but if that's the case, he was definitely passed up on some rights. I don't think that would fly today, do you? I don't. Oh my God, I know so much about Manson's family and him, probably more than one should. Well, I'm learning, Virgo, so they're over here teaching me. Right, he had to testify outside the jury. That's crazy. Was it televised, true crime? I do believe he worked, or at least, tape recorded. I do believe he worked with the CIA, though. I just don't think he was MK Ultra. I don't know who MK Ultra is, but I'm going to find out. They violated more than one of his rights. They did, yeah. You know what? I don't think Eileen Warner should have walked, but I don't think she should have gotten a death penalty. That's just my opinion. Now, Chad Daybell the other day when he got that, and I don't believe in a death penalty, but yeah. But you, Crystal. What are you saying, Lady Art? MK Ultra or government projects. Oh boy, Crystal. Yeah, I'm really lost. I have no idea. That's what I'm saying. I'm telling you, I don't know very much about this case. It's crazy. I know who the players are and who the people are and what they did, but I don't know the details of it. That's why I've been trying to tell you guys, I want to go over this. You guys got to teach me about this. Nah, Charlie had nothing to do with the CIA. He hated the government because the government failed people and let people die in wars. Yeah, you hear him say things like that. And especially in them letters I'm talking about. I want to go over those. I think what we're going to do next time is go to that podcast that True Crime Culture told me to go to. And then we'll watch a video and then we'll go to another book or something. We'll figure it out and go through it. But I want to go through all of this. I want to see the trial. Plus, it gives me a little break to prepare for court and stuff. I'm not going to be out here talking about things I shouldn't be talking about. I do get a little tinfoil sometimes. Dude, I just told you who my dad is. You seen his criminal and how he tried to beat up the cops all the time and everybody. It was bad. Probably why I'm a little touched. I can actually guarantee that. But, okay, hold on.
Specifically. Bruce T. Reed, R.E.E.D., Ph.D., clinical psychologist, went over to see you on February the 19th, and you refused to.
So wait, he went on to testify. He couldn't defend himself. Did he have an attorney? He wasn't like in there without an attorney, right? You have to have an attorney. Or worrying for nothing. You got this, Crystal. Thank you, Diamond Eyes.
To be evaluated. Any reason why?
Yeah, I had two other doctors trying to evaluate me at the same time. I can't write that many books.
What doctors were trying to interview you?
Well, see, the front side, you see the doctor coming to me to give me help. The back side, he gathers information and goes to Turkey. Or he's over in France writing books about psychotherapy or group therapy.
Which doctors came to visit you at the time Dr. Reed tried to get in?
I think Dr. Christopherson, Dr. White.
Where are they from?
Right here. Since then, I think Christopherson's been fired for ethics violation of some sort. Then there's Willis, Dr. Willis.
Willis came over to see you this?
Willis has been my psychiatrist. We went to...
Again, I'm not trying to stick up for the man, but how did he get sent to prison? Like, isn't that illegal not to have proper defense in court? That's your right, right? Like, why didn't he ever appeal it? I guess he really didn't want to get out of prison. He probably could have appealed that with no defense. No jury in the room while he's testifying. How could you make a proper decision without hearing what he had to say? I mean, the proof's there. Dude definitely deserved to go to jail, but to hear that actually happened, wow. You also have a right to fact your accusers and have a right to see your own case file. Right. That's why we tried to get him another trial. Oh, you were involved? Oh, I got to talk to you more. This is amazing. Like, I'm really trying to... There was no proof, honestly. The Supreme Court denied appeals. Did he have an attorney after the trial? Did anybody take his case after? He could have probably gotten off on mental disability. Yeah, something. Not that, I mean, like, I don't want him to get off. I feel like what he did was an occult. You know what I mean? But do I think that he deserved to be in there all that long? No, he didn't actually kill nobody. I think he had an attorney. Okay. Whew, I thought he didn't have an attorney. Like Richard Allen with the Delphi. Yeah, you know what? That's a case I haven't followed. A little bit. I followed a little bit because I made friends with this guy, Sean, who said his dad did it. And I think his dad was like mentioned not too long ago, but I'm not sure. And Sean had passed away, but I made friends with him on Facebook. So the only thing I know about the Delphi case is that the more you learn, you'll see he wasn't guilty. Well, let's watch it. We'll see. You guys are getting like almost a fresh set here, so this should be fun to delve into.
If you'll check the record, we went through 2 sessions. He said I was okay for level 3. He said that I was all right for level 3. What this latest doctor wants is what's happening out of Frisco, this law.
Look, when they arrested, there was like a big break in the case a few months ago. I went searching for him. I wanted to talk to him when they mentioned his dad's name. And I was like, oh, this guy's going to be so happy. And then I found out he passed away. My heart was broken. Like, I couldn't even get online for a couple days because the guy was crazy, but he was definitely like, my dad. Like, he was adamant. He really thinks that was his dad. When somebody's that adamant and you're accusing your own father, I think maybe people should look into it. That's just my thought on it. And the guy wasn't a bad guy. He was just a little drunk and always in and out of jail and always going on about the Delphi case. Like, he sat on his Facebook all the time. But that's as far as I know about it. I miss Sean Diamond Eyes. I'm glad you knew him. Okay, let's listen.
Firm is coming up with new psych evaluation with the prisoners union. The prisoners union in San Quentin, they got a bunch of inmates to sign a suit for better psychiatric treatment. But what that means is more political power, because they're using the psychiatric base to get their doctors in here so they can get doctors up over the uniform, so they can hold the reality up over the courts and the minds of the people that live inside the prisons. Because when they can do that, then they can do Vacaville. See, when I left Vacaville, there was 12 dead doctors there with heart attacks. Dr. Morgan was the last doctor that they found him dead in the parking lot with his brains blown out.
Dr. Christopherson saw you on January the 24th of this year.
Yes, sir.
And in his report.
Yes, Virgo Angel, that's my fault. I did my accidental hit the 3 buttons, the chat moves, and I blocked them. It's a habit now. I don't know why I keep doing it. But he is the Manson files. And I don't know how to share links. If somebody wants to go grab them and put them in my chat, I'd appreciate them, because I can't click names to share the links. I'd have to go look. Like, I can't even copy and paste. So the hold on, let me grab his real name. True Crime Culture channel. He's starting a new channel, and this was actually really a great opportunity to get out there and ask you guys to go ahead and sub up. And while you're doing so, if you want to share him in my chat, I'd appreciate it. Both channels of his. And he should be unblocked from the other one now. I really do apologize for that.
Of that date states that he went over to see you because you were not eating. The staff
he came to see me 2 or 3 times about that.
But he didn't appear to be concerned, because he said you ate something.
Yeah.
Either candy bars or canteen or
I fast a lot.
or whatever. So he wasn't concerned about your not eating. Talked about your paranoid delusional disorder at that time in his report.
Perspective.
He prescribed a plan for you, and that was to put you on frequent weights. He said this will have 2 effects. One, they will support and deny the fact that he is on hunger strike, and they will also give the inmate a chance to get out of the cell and engage in a form of environmental stimulation. On the same vein, one, will have more frequent.
Lady, or I'll mod you so you can go grab his links. Do you remember a comment that you chatted on mine today? I'll just go grab it from there. He allegedly murdered Shorty Shay, but it can't be proven. Who's Shorty Shay? I'm lost. Are probably all cracking up at me like, she is so dumb. She should know this. It's American history. I don't know it. I don't. Yeah, I will. Just if you want to, just so you could drop the links. There ain't nothing in my shit right now anyway. There's whatever. It is what it is. But if you can remember what a comment you were in, I can go grab your channel and mod you so you can go grab his links and put it out there. Okay.
Frequent visit to the psychiatrist. This too will monitor signs and symptoms of psychosis versus malingering. 3, if indeed he is on a hunger strike, it should be considered for the MOU. What is the MOU?
That's some kind of
memorandum of understanding. He does refuse psychotropic
medical observation.
That damn laugh. He just did it a little, but it was a little different.
Medical observation unit. If indeed, if he does refuse psychotropic medication, you may have to look for a PIA decision, which is a judge-ordered involuntary medication. It should also be noted that we should have a careful monitoring of his intake and output, including material from the canteen. So he's suggesting that you would kind of take the thing a little bit.
Whenever you do something beyond someone else's understanding, and they don't want to understand it, they'll hate it and look at it as being bad. It doesn't really.
Lady R, I'm trying to go through all my comments. I can't find one. I can share it on my channel too. Yeah, do that. Will you share it in your community posts? And then I'll go to your community posts and I'll share it in mine. And then my next live, I'll share it again. I'll be more prepared. Shorty lied to the police and the kids there got taken away from their parents. I like Charles Manson. I'm sad about the way things have happened for him. I have to form an opinion, guys. I got to go through it and listen to it. So far, what I'm hearing is, yeah, Fred's giggle is obnoxious. But so far, what I'm hearing is a lot of unfairness, right, in this trial. But he definitely needed some time. So, but okay, I'm going to make an informed decision after I've watched enough.
It isn't really bad. I fast. I fast to tighten my stomach up. It makes me healthy. It's a spiritual experience. Sometimes I go 10, 15, 30 days. Sometimes I go longer than that. I fast until I can get my mind straight around whatever. When a bad circumstance comes to me and I have to deal with the mental situation all around me, I'm surrounded by inmates and officers and all kinds of things beyond your comprehension. I have to set and I have to balance all those things in my mind. So what I do is I quit eating. And when I quit eating, what happens is that everybody trusts. And trust is going one way, but trust goes the other way too. I'm your economy. If I don't eat, then you don't know whether I'm trusting you. Because the only way you know if I trust you is if I eat from your hands. So I hold all the trust with the food. And when I don't eat, then everybody gets scared. And they start going through, they're not sure. And then I'm paranoid. Because anything around me is going to be my fault because I'm the last chicken in line. One chicken, the dogs bark at the chickens and the chickens get to pecking on each other and then they get the last chicken in the line and they just peck him till he either is gone or they get it straightened around, and like being the last chicken in line, I have to take up the slack. So what I do is I quit eating. And then all the fat people that can't quit eating, they start going through a lot of changes. When I show them, I'm about 10 times stronger than they ever thought about dreaming about,
Lady R, I hate to be a pain in the ass, but can you grab his other channel too so I can share it? And is that coming up for a link for you guys? Because it's not for me. But I'm going to pin it so you guys can go sub up to his new channel. He's coming out with a new podcast and he needs us, guys. He knows about this stuff. I need him. I got to hear it.
yeah.
What have you done in all the years that you've been in prison that this panel or anybody else could look at that would indicate that there's been a change in Charles Manson?
I change all the time, sir. Every day I'm in change.
Well, I can't measure that. You have to tell me.
Can I ask you a couple of questions? What did you do before this? So I know what foundation I'm in your mind where I can speak to you from. You got any jurisprudence? You got any correctional officer experience or policeman or what?
I don't think you need to know that. All you need
Can
to
I
know
ask you?
No, just answer the question.
All you need to know is that I'm sitting on this panel today.
Okay, well, we'll go to the judge. The judge sits on the bench and he takes in his mind crime. It comes to him for judgment. It goes through his understanding and he watches it judge itself. The judge really doesn't judge it. He judges, he lets the district attorney and it passes through his understanding. He does this 6 hours a day, 7 days a week, 5 days a week. He retires 65 years old. He's done that for 8,000 hours. I've done the same thing all my life, 24 hours a day, so I'm about 15 Supreme Court judges in my mind. In other words, I know more about law than anybody in the world. I know more about courts and procedures and criminology and penology and procedure than any card sharp dealing doubles off the bench in Monte Carlo. I know more about the economy, more about money, more about the government than any 10 presidents you got. You know, in other words, I've sat in solitary confinement and I watched everything you guys do. And the truth is, you're all lying to yourselves, you know, and like,
Mr. Manson, you're not answering Mr. Brown's question.
I'm not?
No, he asked you, what have you done in the institution to show the Board of Prison Terms and Society that you've changed?
I'm real with you. I don't pretend. I'm not bringing you a bunch of phony garbage. I'm not trying to tell you that I'm a good guy. I'm just myself, whatever that is. I believe in God, and I do the best I can every day by everybody I can. You know, when something bad comes up, I react bad to it. You know, I can fight. I can't read and write too good, but boy, I can fight. You wouldn't believe how I can fight. Because I've been fighting all my life to survive, and I live right on that edge of survival. You know, I just survive. I play a little music when I'm allowed to. I draw real good, but took my pencils. Everything I do.
Virgo, I'm not judging you, because that's how I feel too. And you know, we've been going over a lot of my own dad shit, believe it or not. And I get that. Like, my dad had that brain shit. You know what I mean? Yes, I subbed to one of them. I'll sub to the other one after Manson Archives. So I do feel bad for him. Like, you could see it. Like, that's why I look at this like he was brilliant, but he was also a dick. You know? Yeah, he had no childhood, tossed around between family members. And I get that too, because remember, like I told you guys, when you have a bad childhood thing, I'm not even going to get into it. Never mind. But when you have a bad childhood, it's like, yeah, his mother couldn't take care of him. I got a lot to learn about this case. I'm excited we ended up here today.
If I can do it real good, they'll take it away from me. I used to make little dolls with string, then he come took the string. So I'm not allowed to do anything, I'm not allowed any clothes. I hadn't combed my hair in 2-3 years. You know, I can't comb my hair, I can't do anything.
Have you been involved in any psychiatric intervention?
Yeah, I've seen more doctors than doctors have seen inmates. I was Dr. Nickel there in the back alley over there in Vacaville, in the rec shack.
Was this in a therapy setting?
Well, I guess you could call it a therapy setting. I was handling all the crazy people and taking care of the kids in the visiting room and holding in the garden and in the chapel.
Was anybody doing anything?
No, everybody was doing what I told them.
No. Were any of the therapists doing anything to assist you in your life?
No, it was me doing it for them. I had to look out for the veterans, just came back in the war, and all the wheelchairs and all the doctors. They had a lot of Vietnamese doctors come in, couldn't speak English. So I had to get the medication for all straightened around for that, you know, because my life at the bottom, I got to look out for everybody else's life too, or I can't get on through what I'm trying to do. I like to play music, but they took.
He has 2 channels, Virgo. I have one pinned, and I just saved one. If you scroll up, you should be able to see it soon. Crystal, I'll think about sending you the link to Shirk's channel. Yeah, okay. I'll be looking for it. Yeah, he's nuts. He's definitely nuts. He definitely needed jail time, but you could see how that happened to him. You know what I mean? Like, you hear his stories, you figure 9, 11 years old, you grow up in the system. Like, who's there to love you? It's dark and cold. He never really had that love. Just sad.
Took my music away, and I took my guitar away. That's the only thing I do. I play music. But they're scared of that. Anything I do, they're getting afraid of, and then they'll run and tell the cops that they're afraid of whatever I'm doing, and they run and take it away from me, and I'm not allowed to do anything. So I just set still, you know. I don't really need to do anything because I'm doing everything all the way anyway. I'm all ready.
Now you keep talking about not being able.
You know, when you think about it, what he formed was his family. You know what I mean? Like, he was like brainwashing these people, making them believe, I guess the manipulation was he was their family. So there are probably other people that felt very much like he did. like a group of people that didn't have that sort of support. So like when you really get down to it, like he was creating a family. That's, man, that's deep, you know?
Able to read and write.
Not that well, I read my
You have an IQ that's up well over 120.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
And you've been in prison all these years. Have you done anything at all to improve your grades?
Grades for what? What am I doing?
Well, you keep harping on the fact that you cannot read very well, nor can you write very well.
I'm not harping, I just explained that that's.
Keep saying it.
Yeah, that's where I'm at.
Have you done anything to improve your reading and writing skills?
Yeah, I read a book. I read a book. It was kind of boring, man. You know, I can think better things than I can read. I mean, reading is kind of like slow it down. People only love each other in books. You can't love each other in reality because you're all trapped in books, locked up in wars. You're all locked up in the Second World War, man. You're still fighting. Wars over there. You know, I was trying to unlock that war. That's what was over there. Unlock the wars. And Baba Ramdas came from India. And the Dr. Heiler used to come over and tell me what Baba Ramdas had to say about, you know, the Loving Love Center there in Berkeley, where they have the higher minds and the religious perspective.
Okay, so you haven't done any of those kind of things.
Well, what I'm trying to explain to you without a lot of, I don't want to appear like I'm somebody, but I'm on top of everything. I'm the smartest guy in the world. You know, I don't think there's anywhere in the world, there's another subject I can't tell you everything you want to know about it, you know.
And just as it's ending and you say that, he says, yeah, I'm not dumb. I'm not the smartest, but I'm not dumb. That was perfect for that. And Lady R. Golden, he loved those people. He told Susan, Patricia, yeah. And even after, like when he went to jail from the interviews I seen, he was in there still loving on them, even though Susan Atkins testified against him. And he was still in there like, oh, that's my family, and or whatever he was saying. And we'll get into that because I think I'm going to dive deep into Manson. Today was a good start. I'm happy we went down this. There was one, I think, Kasabian, who escaped. She came from a good family. Yeah. He was angry that Susan didn't get compassionate release. Yeah, he talks about that in some of his interviews. I think he was in love with her or something. It's not love, it's control. But you have to think about that as, but did Charlie really know how to love, give love, accept love? I mean, he's definitely a psychopath. I'm not making excuses for him, but this is a man who was never taught love from very early on. So that's like you get these throwaway kids. That's what the Mansion archives mentioned. They just throw them out and then their lives are like, what are they going to do? That's what I was getting into before, and I didn't want to bring my family up again. But my brother, like my mother was an alcoholic. All of our parents were. Like fathers, our mother and all of our fathers. It was always drugs or alcohol or something. And my brother went to prison at 15 years old. It was actually only not even a week after his 15th birthday, because he did a home invasion and shot someone, and that person ended up being my step cousin. So I 100% never forgave my mother for that, because she was living with a whole other man while her babies was at home, and she was dropping food off to them once a month, and they did whatever they wanted. Now, my mother loved, don't get me wrong, at the same time, she would come back and say prayers with us when she was home. Like it was, we'd say the Our Fathers and the things like that. When she was around, she was very religious, but drunk religious. It's so odd. It's so weird to explain. It's hard to explain a traumatic childhood. But my mother, like my father, had some shit going on where she snapped and snapped and snapped. And it was even worse than his at times. You know what I mean? And then she had that like addictive personality. She hated me and she used me against my father. She started kicking me out when I was 9 years old. I used to sleep on the riverbanks at 9-10 years old. You know what I mean? So I have that, like I can understand like not growing up. Yeah, Virgo. You can come up. The LSD was a myth. If you read transcripts, LSD was the minimal admitted even by Linda. Well, let's let this finish up because it's just about done. I probably only got a second on it. Hold on.
I even fixed a Harley Davidson motorcycle. I shortchanged. I know how to deal off the bottom. I've learned everything that you taught me, Dad. Yeah. Well, now where are we going now?
Thank you. Okay.
You know what gets me is he gets a soft side with a lot of people. Because here he is. I'm watching this in my husband's home. Oh, Virgo, you're here. I didn't even hear you pop up. 1 second, honey. But like my husband was watching this and he's a black man. And here's this man with the swastika on his head. And my husband has sympathy for him. And I'm like, you really feel like that, even though he walks around with that? And he's like, yeah, he did that on purpose because he was trying to set the Black Panthers up over money and recording. Like, my husband's a little bit more educated on him than I am. And my husband feels the same way I do, like Charlie shouldn't be free. But my husband and his father, even, he was like, my dad used to love watching him. And I'd be like, well, so it's weird. Like, you could tell the persuasion, even though he was racist and has this damn swastika on his head. Even the black people are like, wow, we feel sorry for him. So, he went to the Black Panthers with that damn thing on his head. What's that?
He didn't. No, he didn't put that on his head until the trial.
Oh, really?
He was Xing himself out of society because he didn't feel like society accepted him. No, I'm very passionate on this subject, and it's a good debate. It really is. Because some people agree and some don't.
Yeah, well, I don't have to debate with nobody. I could just sit back and listen and watch y'all do it.
Right, and when there's somebody in the chat
it was an X, right? And then he added it to the swastika. It was an X at first. You're
yes.
Right.
And then there was someone in the chat said that psychopaths aren't capable of love. That isn't true. They love in their own way. They do love.
Yeah.
Maybe not like we think they should, but they do.
It's like they don't get that normal societal welcome. You know what I mean?
And Charles Manson's mother was in and out of trouble herself. She was young when she had him, but when he tried to go back to her, because she put him in Indiana, Terre Haute, Indiana, a boys' home, he ran away and tried to go back to her, and she kept taking him back. Like, she kept returning him back to these places. And to think that he wasn't a broken person.
Yeah, like to not feel accepted at all, even by your own mom.
And I don't understand it.
My mom was a piece of shit, but I felt very accepted by her. You know what I mean? Like, it wasn't.
Yeah. And he got to a point where he just felt like, he wanted her to love him, of course. But it got to a point where he quit trusting people. If he couldn't even trust his mom, then he couldn't believe in love.
Yeah.
At one time in his life, he did love.
Yeah.
But those boys' homes and whatnot, the abuse he went through, broke him as a person. And you sit there and expect him. He wasn't born that way. He wasn't. If you go back and look at pictures of him as a little boy, he had a smile. He had light in his eyes. He was.
Yeah, I've never seen no little boy pictures of him, but we'll get into it.
I mean, this is a good subject to cover. I've been following it for the last 2 weeks because new stuff comes out all the time. I just got the book Chaos and read that whole book, and it's interesting.
Manson Archives. Can you still see my? Yeah, I'll have you come up. I'd love that.
I would too, because I want to hear some stuff that maybe I don't even know, right? And I know a lot. I've been following. This is one of the first cases I followed in true crime.
Oh, Manson?
Yep.
I mean, I've always had an interest to look into it, but I just never have, and I don't know why. So I'm like really learning a lot tonight.
It's a good subject.
I think it's fascinating. I think like you have this man that he was like, could have been big. Like he had ties with like the Beach Boys and things. And
Yeah, and the thing was about that, he could have been something. He was a very smart man. I mean, he couldn't. I don't know. Because of the lifestyle he lived, he was always like, when he was in school and stuff, he became like a troubled child, I guess.
he wrote a whole song for the Beach Boys. Which
Oh,
song?
yeah. Oh, yeah. I can't remember the name of it. True Crime might know it. True Crime Occult or whatever.
Yeah, he's going to come up, I think. I sent him a link. Hopefully they'll come up.
Oh,
I'd love to
something.
know what song it was he wrote. I'll go
Oh, no,
watch. I
something.
can probably listen to it.
Oh, geez. I just saw it the other day. Something about something. I can't. I'm not going to say it because I'm not sure.
But that's what, like, I didn't even know he made music.
Oh,
until
yeah.
I started watching his
They
shit.
didn't even give him the rights. And you know how you're supposed to cite on your records or whatever, and you're supposed to give the artist the rights to their stuff? They didn't even put on there that it was his song.
Oh, he didn't get no rights signed?
No. Nope. Nope. They just literally stole it from him.
Can you hear
What do
me?
you know about that? Yes,
Hey.
I can hear you. So what do you know about the music? What could you tell us about his music? Like, do you know, how did he start? Was he
Well, the song that you're talking about,
Wasn't it Dare to Love or something?
the song you're talking about is called okay, the song you're talking about was originally called Cease to Exist, and the Beach
Yes.
Boys changed
Yep.
the title to Never Learn Not to Love.
Yes. That's it.
And when it comes to songwriting and stuff like that, when you change the lyrics, you don't have to give credit.
Oh, okay. But
what
he
is the
felt
name of it?
slighted.
Never learn.
But I'm going to play something. I want to play something here where you guys can hear it. Just this is from a personal recording of Charlie when I was talking about his love. Okay.
Okay.
Oh, yay. Okay.
Let me find it.
I'm gonna mute while you do that.
Okay. Can you tell me if you can hear this?
We hear it.
It's kind of hard to understand.
Well, hang on. I'll switch over to the mic on the computer and I'll replay it.
Okay. Take your time. We're here.
Okay,
Yeah,
can you
I'm
hear
just fascinated by his music aspect of this. You
Can you hear
know?
me?
Yep, we hear you.
Okay, I'm going to replay it.
I'm gonna mute.
There you go.
Amazing. That was him talking to you?
He was talking about when he he had a conversation with Bobby Beausoleil, who killed Gary Hinman. Put it off on me. If it helps you get out of jail, just blame me for it.
Yeah, he loved he loved them. And
Yeah,
for anyone to say that he didn't love is wrong.
Well, and you could hear it, like even
Let
in
me tell
his
you something real quick.
interviews, he
Let me tell you something real quick. Another example. Patricia Krenwinkel. She's the one that killed Abigail Folger and stabbed Rosemary LaBianca X amount of times before Leslie Van Houten got a hold of her. Charlie asked to meet Patricia in 1981, and the prisons allowed them to see each other. He told Patricia the same thing. When the Diane Sawyer interview come out with Patricia and Leslie,
Yeah.
Charlie found out that Patricia was saying that he was responsible, and that broke his heart because he said, as long as I've known that broad, she's never told a lie.
Yep.
Wow. Well, you gotta I'm sure the police were like beating in on them too, you know?
They
I mean,
weren't.
that's an amazing clip. Thank you, the Manson Archives, for doing that. I appreciate that. And he definitely, like, as far as I see, even after he was locked up and they testified against him, he was like, no, let them out. They should have gave them out. They should have did this. They should have did
Well, here's
that.
the thing. Here's the thing. They didn't start to testify against Charlie until the first parole hearings came up. That's when he had the meeting with everyone and said, "Say what you got to say. If it helps you get out, I'll take the blame."
Yeah. I'm definitely going to dig on this. I want to,
If you
like,
want to read the trial transcripts and see the kind of bullshittery that went on, you can find them over on clodrive.com, and you can
Yeah,
read.
I'm
Can read.
subscribed to that too.
Well, you can read Charlie's testimony in full without the presence of the jury.
I can't believe that. They really had him tried without the jury. And it was a jury trial. Like,
Yeah.
Yes.
Yep.
He was not allowed any defense at all. The defense rested the same day the prosecution rested.
They could have had it thrown out because President
No.
Nixon.
No, see, Nixon, they tried to grant for a mistrial that Judge Older would not.
Right. But if it had been a different judge, couldn't they have thrown that out because he pronounced he said he was
No.
guilty before he was even tried?
No, he would have. They still would have tried to prosecute him because you have to look at the time. The media already had him vilified and crucified, and
Right.
is the killer, Nixon. And then you have the prosecutor Bugliosi, who was already working on his book as the trial was going on.
Yep.
He had a ghostwriter in there, Kirk Gentry, writing all of this stuff while the trial is going on. And if Charlie, let's say Charlie walked away free, there goes his book and movie deal.
Exactly. And they
Yeah.
didn't even tie the Gary Hinman. They did that Gary Hinman separate. And if they would have tied that together, he wouldn't have had the Helter Skelter case. He already had Helter Skelter before they put Hinman on.
There was a crucial event that led before Gary Hinman, and
Yeah.
that was the drug deal that happened with Tex Watson and Bernard Crowe.
Yep.
Tex ripped off Bernard Crowe between $2,500 to $5,000 of marijuana.
Yep.
Bernard Crowe called Spawn Ranch, threatening to kill the women and the children there, and he may
okay,
have.
so who's Bernard Crowe? Can you guys help fill me
Bernard,
in?
He was
a drug
go ahead,
dealer.
I'm sorry.
He was a
Go
drug
ahead.
dealer. He was a drug dealer, and
Okay, so who was the recording studio that he had?
that was Charlie, and Bobby Beausoleil. They were in a band called the Milky Way,
Yes. Yep.
and the Lie album is actually with Bobby Beausoleil on guitar.
I'm gonna play that. I'm gonna go find it.
It's on YouTube.
I subscribe to all your channels. Can I ask you a question?
You guys are gonna have to start leaving like links in my comment section on things that I can click on, like things I haven't seen, so I can figure this out. I'm gonna go through. I'm gonna reread like where that. What's the name of the podcast again?
The Goodbye Helter Skelter podcast.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Yes.
I hear you. I think that's what we'll go over next time I come.
Tex Watson is still alive. He's still in prison.
Are they like how many of them are alive? I know there's still another female alive, but she hides. Is it Linda? No.
Linda's dead.
Okay, yeah, she's the
Vicky
one they were
Brown's
trying
still
to get
alive?
out.
Leslie Van Houten was released last year.
That's who I'm thinking of, I think.
But I do know that she's living with the autobiographer of her upcoming book.
Diamond Eyes wants to know who killed Tex.
Tex is still alive.
Tex is still alive.
The ones
Well,
that are Steve Grogan, who killed Shorty Shea, is out of prison. Bruce Davis is still in prison. Patricia Krenwinkel still in prison. Bobby Beausoleil still in prison. Tex Watson still in prison.
Susan Atkins died in prison in 2009.
I'm sorry, what was that?
Susan Atkins died in prison in 2009.
Yes, and Charlie was very upset she did not get a compassionate release.
Yeah.
Oh, and yeah, Lynette Frome, she's been out of jail since 2011, I believe.
You guys are going to get me going and researching these people all night.
Of course, you know, Lynette and the attempted assassination on President Ford, but it was bullshit.
Yeah, wasn't that gun not even loaded?
There was one bullet in the chamber.
Yeah, and they said she tried to assassinate him, and she straight told him she was trying to send a message, not to kill him.
Yeah,
and they attacked her.
She wanted to talk to him about the California redwoods and stop them from being cut down.
So Lady R is asking, she says, Tex is a freaking cult leader in prison too, in her opinion.
That is true.
You think? Yeah.
He had 4 children. He was allowed to have 4 children in prison and be married.
What?
Yep.
Yes. And Sharon Tate's mother, she had a stop. She petitioned and did all of these things to where the conjugal visits no longer exist.
Now, can I ask you a question? Is those those audios that Tex Watson, the hidden audios of Tex Watson, they're never going to play those, are they?
There's nothing on them of significance.
Because he claimed he killed like 35 people or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was reading where there's no significant new evidence on it.
Yeah, there's nothing.
Do you think that he has his own murders besides the family?
Well, he admitted to 35 like an idiot, but we don't know.
Well, I think he was just doing that to sound big, just like the stuff Susan Atkins said when she told Ronnie Howard and Virginia Graham.
Yeah.
You got to remember, Susan Atkins was this little tiny petite girl, and here she's thrown at this woman's jail with bigger women.
Yep.
And Charlie always said, if you ever get arrested, act crazy, everybody will leave you alone.
Yep. Now, do you know if Reet Jurgensen was part of that?
No, she was not.
I didn't think so.
The circumstances were very similar, but no, Charlie was questioned about that, and they determined that he didn't know anything.
Yeah.
But there is speculation that Philippi Tarantino or something like that may
Yeah.
have been.
Yep.
Because they said that Clem had been seen driving his Volkswagen.
Yeah, and didn't they say there was a vest made for someone named Vance with his pubic hair on it? Or something?
Oh, God. Bill Vance.
I'm so enjoying just sitting here listening to you guys, because I'll come through later and re-listen to it. And go
Like, I subscribe to every one of your channels. Are you somehow related to anybody in the Manson family?
I'm friends with people that were what they call family members. You have to remember there was no Manson family.
Right, right,
That
right.
was something the media did. They called themselves the Family because they had a music group, the Family Jams.
Yeah, but they weren't there. There was never no Manson family.
No,
Let that be known. There
no.
wasn't. It was just called the family. The media and Vincent Bugliosi labeled it that,
Yeah,
but that wasn't it. It wasn't even
right,
called that.
right. That's why I suggested George Stimson's podcast and book, Goodbye Helter Skelter. The man is like a brother to me, and his partner is Sandra Good, Blue.
Okay, cool.
You know
Because
who
I'd like to
Sandra
know
is?
more about them. Because I ain't got nothing against it. Against the people that didn't do anything wrong.
Well,
Like,
you know who Sandra is, right?
yeah, I know who Sandra Good is. Yep.
Yep.
They
And
work.
really, so have
They
you
have
had?
a foundation called ATWA: Air,
Yes,
Trees,
air, trees,
Water,
water, and
and
animals,
Animals. You
and
might want-
all the way alive, all the way alive.
Yeah,
Now,
that's why I'm so confused about this case because you hear Charlie, like even from jail,
oh, he
state
was
about
all
how
about.
they took care of animals
Yeah, he
and
was all about
Hmm.
that stuff. He
Yes,
did. He was the founder of that, wasn't he?
it goes all the way back to from when he was living in Hillbilly Town, Tennessee.
Yes.
His uncle Jess taught him how to live off the land, and if you take care of the land will take care of you.
Yep.
And you've got to have air to breathe.
Yep.
So yeah, Charlie founded that word Atwa.
Yep. And it's a foundation.
And here's the thing: Vincent Bugliosi claims that this was something he started in the '70s. That's not true, because what Patricia Krenwinkel said on the night of the Tate murders, when Sharon Tate, Jay Sebring, Wojciech
Yeah.
Frykowski, Abigail Folger, and Stephen Parent were killed. You know what she said?
Uh,
That's 5 less people polluting the environment.
yeah. See, it was started long before.
Yeah,
who said that?
Patricia Krenwinkel.
Oh,
The
all right.
night
I'm
of
gonna
the
let you guys for 1 second. I'm gonna let you guys talk, and I'm gonna go let my dog out because if you can hear him, he's behind me crying like a toddler. So,
okay.
but I could still hear you guys. Go ahead, keep chatting.
Do you feel
George,
like it was a conspiracy, like the MK Ultra?
no.
I don't either.
Now, if you know anything about Charlie, the first time he ever took acid was with the girls.
Yeah.
And it was said, I don't know if there's any truth to it, but I've been doing some research, and it is very possible it was at the Grateful Dead show that he mentioned.
Yeah. Now, when he was in prison, I don't know. I might have heard this somewhere. I might not have. I think I did. And then maybe an old interview he did that, or maybe I read it in a book. I don't know, where he was in prison with some. He was in a cell with someone, and he was feeling sick, and he woke up the next morning, and he'd missed a whole day.
And that happened all the time because Charlie, they kept him over medicated.
Yeah.
And you can see that in his early interviews, especially when he was at the, what prison? I think it was Vacaville. Like,
Vacaville. Yeah.
yeah, the medical facility.
Oh yeah.
If you look at the interviews from the late '70s, early '80s, you can tell that he is just over medicated.
Now, did you hear anything about that? I think I read it in this book, Chaos, that they have a picture of his autopsy, and he was that someone's trying to get access to it, where his body is naked and everything. I'm like, really?
I have that book, but I've never read it because I don't. None of that CIA crap is true.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
Nor was he part of any MK Ultra. Even Tom O'Neill says he can't prove it, so he just leaves it up to the. If you can't
Right.
prove
He
something,
needs.
why publish it?
Yeah, exactly.
But I do know some things that went on behind the scenes during the funeral, and it was not pretty. But yeah, Charlie's body was photographed.
That's awful.
And of course, the documentary.
Yeah. To further what? Degrade him? Like they didn't do enough?
I I can't speak for Jason because I don't know Jason. I've never spoken to him.
Yeah.
I just know what I know personally.
So I stepped away. I'm back. Can I ask a question to what Jins were just talking about?
Sure.
So he just died the last few years, right?
Yeah,
2017.
2017.
And somebody's already written a book about him and tried to publish his body?
Yeah. They're trying to get access to it. I don't know all the details.
Now, I will say Tom O'Neill was good at exposing the kind of person Vincent Bugliosi was.
Yeah.
But other than that, I have the book in my archives. I just don't ever plan on reading it.
Wow.
I'm trying to get all the books. Do you know the podcast Myra Elvira?
I have heard of it.
It's good. There's some informative stuff on there. She reads some of the books and stuff that people have written.
I
You
have
might
heard
want
of
to
that.
look into that.
Now, there is some controversy over the book Manson in His Own Words.
Yeah, I haven't read that one.
Well, the more that I read it, there is some truth to it.
Okay, I'll get it then.
However, the author claims that Charlie told him that he went to the Tate residence after the murders. Charlie, no. Even in the parole hearing that Crystal was playing.
Yeah, he said he didn't.
Right.
That he thought they did it messy because of what they told him.
Right.
But to go, there's no way.
He distanced himself for 50 years, well, close to 50 years from those murders. All it would have taken was one slip up.
I was watching some thing about him the other day, and he said that, and it was his own words, he was actually speaking, and he said that they keep sending him pictures. They kept sending him throughout his years of pictures of Sharon Tate laying there.
Look what you did.
Wow.
Yeah.
Her autopsies?
Huh?
Her autopsies or death pictures?
The pictures of the death pictures, the police pictures.
Photos.
Yeah, crime scene photos.
Here's the thing: if you've ever seen the letter that Vincent Bugliosi wrote to the publishers of Helter Skelter, he specifically promised that this would be like no other true crime novel. And how he did that was the pictures were put in the book.
Yeah. Yeah.
So when he was sick, did the jail and stuff, did they allow people that like cared about him to come see him?
Hang on one second and I'll get into that. Diamond Eyes. George Spahn was never killed. He died of natural causes. Okay, now when Charlie was sick in jail the last part of his life, it was pretty I'm trying to think of some appropriate words. I'll just to skip a bunch of stuff. Let me put it to you this way. They had to give him a false name.
Oh.
They had to give him a what? I'm sorry.
A false name.
Yeah, because of the media.
No, well, part of it, but here's the thing. When it comes to prisoners, and this is complete bullcrap. When it comes to prisoners, you're not, if you're friends or family, you're not told what the condition's going on, what's wrong.
Yeah, I know that for a fact.
You can call the hospital and you won't get any information.
Nope.
But Charlie, the name, I'm not going to say the name that he was given in the hospital and on his toe tag, but I will say it was a Latin name.
Okay.
It was a what name?
Latin name.
Hispanic name.
Well, you know a lot of stuff. This is amazing. Thank you for coming up here. I'll be watching your channel a lot. I'm sure you have tons and tons on there. I probably commented on it recently.
Yeah, I'm glad I found your channel.
Like binge watching his parole hearings and interviews.
I've been following this since I started following true crime altogether. And this was one of the first stories that I was interested in. And I literally watched a documentary from when they was telling about his life when he was little. And I found myself crying for him as a little boy.
You know, and that's how I felt when I watched the Menendez brothers trial, because they were so abused when they were kids, even with the affluent riches that they had. Like, their father was a sick fuck. Excuse my language. And I had that feeling for them, so I have a feeling I'm going to enjoy digging into.
Well, you're going to have to be very critical of what you read, because most of the books out there are based on the official narrative, and that's what many people accept. They don't know that because of the freedom of information, that those trial transcripts had to become public information.
Yeah.
And I'm in constant feud with the district attorney's office in Los Angeles County, getting transcripts, and there's certain ones they don't want to release because some of the people are still alive. So we have to rely on newspaper articles on what was testified to.
Now, could I get a Freedom of Information Act from when he was in prison at Chillicothe Correctional Facility in Ohio?
You should be able to find that even in his FBI file.
Okay.
And that's all public, the FBI file? And
yes, there's some things that are redacted, but yes, it's all public.
So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to come to your channel tonight, and I'm going to make sure that I subscribe. And then tomorrow when I get up, I'm just going to dive in. So I'll be watching all of your videos.
I highly suggest, I'm going to turn my cam on for a second. I highly suggest
the Goodbye Helter Skelter.
Okay. I'm getting it.
You can get it at goodbyehelterskelter.com, and be sure to pick up Reflection by Lynette Fromme.
And did you write those?
No.
No. Have you written any books?
I'm under a non-disclosure agreement not to discuss that.
Okay. So if and when your book comes out, I will make sure I have it and share it.
that Myra Elvira, she has a lot of the reflections on her channel. She reads them out.
Well, see, Lynette's book is like reading a young girl's diary. Now, she does make it clear that when she was arrested for the attempted assassination on Ford, that a lot of her journals come up missing. So there's a lot of stuff that's not.
It's probably true.
This is like decades in the making, so I'm sure a lot of things have been lost, and it's a good thing Charlie lived for such a long time, right?
Oh, I wanted to say something. Crystal. Earlier, you said that you couldn't believe that Charlie liked the Beatles.
Mm-hmm.
He actually.
No, I couldn't believe. No. Hold on. It isn't that I couldn't believe he liked the Beatles. The Beach Boys really took me back.
Well, that was not Charlie's music. Charlie grew up on Frank Sinatra. Who was the guy that sang the Rawhide theme song? I can't think of it. It's slipping my mind.
He was born, I think, 1934. So he was pretty. He's had a lot of time on the earth, I guess. He was in his 30s when he went to prison, and he says that like.
Didn't he like Roy Rogers too?
Frankie Lane. He was a huge Frankie Lane fan. The Beatles and all of that stuff was just what he would call punk rock to him, because he was not of that generation. Now, he was impressed by the White Album because, let's say, it was different for the time. Now,
I just always pictured him like being a fan of like Zeppelin. Well, I guess Zeppelin would have been a little
like piano too. He was real fluent with piano.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
He had a lot of musical talents. That was one of his things. Was they take my music away. They take my music away.
Well, here's the thing. In 2008, I don't know if you first. Let me step back a little bit. When the trial was going on, Charlie's good friend, touring manager extraordinaire, Phil Kaufman, you know who Phil is.
Mm-hmm.
He bought the recordings that the Milky Way did that became the Lie album. And Phil put it out, created a record label, put it out, and sold copies to help pay for legal funds while Charlie could get a decent freaking attorney.
Right.
Then in 2008, he went to Creative Commons, and this was kind of popular at the time. Nine Inch Nails did it, Radiohead did it,
Yeah.
but he applied for a generic license. And if you have any of Charlie's music, you'll see on the back it says no copyright. That means anybody can distribute his music. All they have to do is give him credit. If they
Really?
they really don't even have to do that. You can remix it, remaster it, whatever.
So
Because
was he able to sell a lot of his music after he was imprisoned? Because I would think a
No,
lot of people
he couldn't
probably
make money off of any of that while he was in prison, could he?
no, he could not. He could. The families, Frykowski's family, did a wrongful death lawsuit against him, and any money he made had to go
went
to
to them.
pay
Yeah.
Frykowski's nephew. Um, you
That
know, like
makes
when
sense. You
when
can't hate
Susan
what you
Atkins got married, her husband gave her a diamond ring, and they had to take the diamond ring.
Mm.
You know, so yeah, he couldn't. So that was kind of the smart way to do it, where he can get his music out and not have to give.
Yeah.
So is that what he meant by they took my music away? Because he
Yeah,
says that a lot.
Yes.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay. Because I was thinking, like, is it just they took a
But
guitar away?
the
If a
thing
guitar
is,
he had.
people assume that Charlie wanted to be this big rock star touring and all of
He
that.
didn't care about money.
He didn't care about that. He just wanted to play music. If he was given contracts by the dozens, to say the least, but he never signed to one of them because he didn't want that life. And for those that believe the helter-skelter motive, the race war stuff, think about this. How, if Charlie was going to start a race war with his music, how would he get the music out, hiding out in the desert, not around a record production company or whatever it's called, recording studio? How would he get the music out?
Exactly.
Yeah.
I
I
mean,
think they should
I'm
bring it
going to be
out.
honest with you. I'm going to be honest with you, and you can actually look this up, and what I'm telling you is 100% the truth. Was Helter Skelter real?
No,
Yes.
it
Yes,
was, but yeah.
it was, but not in the context of the race war.
Right.
Helter Skelter first came into language about 1590, 1598, around that time, and its literal definition means confusion.
Mhm.
That's why Helter Skelter was printed on the La Bianca refrigerator, because Bobby Beausoleil had been arrested for the murder of Gary Hinman on August the 6th. Charlie wasn't there. In fact, he spent August the 7th in jail. He had a parking violation, driving on a suspended license. So when he returned back to Spawn Ranch on August the 8th, Susan, Susan Atkins, Linda Kasabian, Leslie Van Houten, Patricia Krenwinkel, Kathy Gillies, and several others approached him. It's like, Bobby's in jail. We've got this plan. And when he heard the plan, he was fixing to hightail it out of there with Stephanie Schramm, his girlfriend at the time.
Yeah.
So much later, he sent Mary Bruner and Sandra Good out. Well, Sandra told me, she was like, I just wanted to go with Mary to get away for the day. The heaviness of Bobby's arrest was just weighing on everybody. She just wanted to get away. So she went with Mary, and of course, they got arrested because Mary was stupidly using stolen Sears credit cards. That presented another problem. Mary and Sandra's in jail. So they had to come up with money to get Bobby out of jail, and now Mary and Sandra.
Yep.
And Helter Skelter was real, but in the context of confusion. Because if you read Charlie's testimony, He specifically says, hang on, I've got it. Where did my phone go? And I'll read that little clip for you.
I got
What he
so much
says.
to learn. I'm enjoying just sitting here listening to you guys so I can come back and figure out who all these people are.
Let me find it real quick. I don't like to quote anybody because I don't want to misquote them. So I much rather have the context in front of me. Okay, this is from Charlie's trial testimony without the presence of the jury. Helter skelter means confusion. Literally, it doesn't mean any war with anyone. It doesn't mean that some people are going to kill other people. Helter skelter is confusion. Confusion is coming down around you fast. And if you can't see the confusion coming down around you fast, you can call it what you wish. Is it a conspiracy that the music is telling the youth to rise up against the establishment because the establishment is rapidly destroying things? Is that a conspiracy? The music speaks to you every day, but you are too deaf, dumb, and blind to even listen to the music. It's not my music. I didn't write it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
There
Well,
was
it's
actually a song, Helter Skelter, by the Beatles.
What's that?
There was actually a song, Helter Skelter, by the Beatles.
Right.
Yes.
On the
And
White Album.
if you pay attention, of course, it's reference to the slide there in England. But if you pay attention, the lyrics do switch over to confusion when Paul is singing, do you or don't you want me to love you?
Yep.
Manson was definitely still a criminal. It's just that he was guilty.
Oh, sorry.
It's just that he was guilty of what he was guilty of and not what he wasn't.
Right.
Charlie was no angel, but he was also no devil.
Right. That's how I look at it too.
I
But
thought he was a broken person.
like Diamond Eyes said, you really probably shouldn't glorify it because there was a baby death and
There's no glorifying it. We're not glorifying it.
glorifying it at all, but to understand it, like it has to be something you can understand even now, so that like in society going forward, like this is a really good case to look at for mental health. You know what I mean?
This changed society in the 60s. This changed it all.
I bet it
Yeah.
did.
This changed the love and peace and everything. And
What
all
makes me
the
cringe the most is when people say Charles Manson killed the 60s.
No,
So
he
you're
didn't.
telling me that everything before the Tate LaBianca murders was perfectly fine?
Nope.
The assassination of Martin Luther King, the assassination of Kennedy, the assassination of RFK,
Lindbergh, baby.
Black women gaining the right to vote after, everything was fine.
It goes way back in time. It wasn't Manson. But the thing is, they try to say that case changed the 60s. Yes, it did. It was just getting worse and worse like it is today.
There's an article that's out there that came out in the 80s, and it's by, you mentioned the Tex Watson tapes earlier.
Yeah.
Have you read Tex's book?
No, I'm getting to that. I really am.
When you
This man wrote a book from jail.
Yep.
Yes, it's called Will You Die For Me? That book is actually based on the Tex Watson tapes.
Oh, I'm going to get it.
because Tex needed attorneys, so he sold his attorney. There was a complication there with legal fees. Tex gave copies of those tapes were given a copy to Chaplain Ray for the book so it could pay for his attorney fees.
Oh, okay.
But there was an article that came out in the 80s, and I have it. But it specifically says that Tex was the one that he admitted he's the one that killed Sharon Tate.
Yeah, I heard that years ago.
They said the one girl did it.
Susan took credit for it, but Tex admitted he killed Sharon
Tex
Tate.
admitted it.
When the others left, he says that he went back in the house. Sharon was still alive, and he even went down to how many stab wounds she had. So that's proof enough. He did it.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's in that newspaper article.
I have a lot to learn. We definitely will be doing that.
On top of the fact Manson had a rough childhood, okay? So did Susan Atkins. Hers wasn't easy either. She had nobody to turn to.
Well, do you know what happened to Leslie Van Houten?
Yes, I do. Yep.
She got in with a bad crowd and became pregnant, and her mother
Yep. Made her
forced abort the baby in the home.
bury it in the backyard.
Yep.
Diamond Eyes is asking the parking attendant, Abigail Folger, Sharon Tate, her unborn baby, and the hairdresser, and the
Okay, Dominize, here's the basic
yeah.
answer. Here's the basic answer, and it's the truthful answer. It's the one that the killers testified to. It's the truth. Bobby Beausoleil had been arrested for the murder of Gary Hinman. Susan Atkins, Linda Kasabian, Catherine Scher, Catherine Gillies, which was known as Cappy, Patricia Krenwinkel, several others had come up with this plan to create copycat killings, or as they called it, revolutionary killings, to make the police think that the killer of Gary Hinman was still out there and it couldn't have been Bobby. That's how they were going to bring Helter Skelter down, by causing such confusion.
Yep.
They wanted to confuse the police so they could cut Bobby free, because they didn't have the money for Bobby's bail. They didn't have the money for Mary and Sandra's bail.
This is just all so fascinating.
In the way that they looked at it, like, you got to look at it like this. Charles Manson, yes, he accumulated all these people, but look at it like this. Everything was left on his shoulders to take care of. They were his children, right? That's what
Well,
they
they
said.
all involved him. They all put him into situations they never should have put him in.
Exactly. And everything was laid on him. Now imagine being one person trying to help all these people that worshipped you and you didn't ask for it.
I wouldn't say worship. I would say that they looked up to him.
Yeah, well, that's what I meant.
Yeah, they looked up to him because they saw something in him that they didn't have at home, a father figure. Because
And he
was much
probably
older.
did the truthfully, he probably did the same thing they did, but became the leader of it. Like they were probably all
I would say that they influenced him as much as he influenced
them.
Yes.
I mean, this is a man who taught them how to. Of course, there was none of that bullcrap stabbing practice on Saturday and hanging from a Charlie on a cross on Sunday. He taught them, like, if you're hungry, you're starving, go to the garbage can behind the grocery store.
And get the food that's good still.
And get the food that's good. And the same for clothes.
Mm-hmm. And find your own way. That's basically what he taught them, to find your own way to survive.
That's basically what
the sad aspects
he
of the
says that in
case.
his testimony. He says that in his testimony. I didn't teach those kids. I just helped them stand up.
Right. And he also said, I didn't take your kids. You threw your kids away. You gave them to me. And he was right. He had to teach them all that stuff.
The psychedelics, it's really not as, it was not used as much as it is assumed. And like I said, all of that stuff comes from the official narrative. If you read the prosecution start with, in fact, Linda Kasabian was going to testify for Charlie. And then she was offered the deal of immunity.
Yep.
So, but if you read her testimony, you'll find out that no,
He'd
those
have probably
orgies
been
didn't
better
happen.
off having somebody else testify for him if they took the jury out.
They didn't call any of his witnesses.
That's just to me unfair, and that's not me sticking up for him. That's just justice in America shouldn't go like that, no matter whose case it is.
We almost got him a new trial, but they said that he would have to have taken an Alfred plea. And I don't know if you know what that is, but if you've ever heard of the West Memphis 3 case,
yes.
It's where, okay, so see, they had to take an Alfred plea, say that they were responsible, but maintaining their innocence.
Right.
And Charlie's like, I'm not taking responsibility for something I didn't do.
Exactly.
Yeah,
he didn't.
Adamant. Very adamant about I didn't do it, and yins are making book deals off of me and movie deals, and
there's millions upon millions of dollars made off of him and the Boogeyman story. Well, that's what I call the Helter Skelter story, the boogeyman story.
Okay.
And it is a good story. It is a good story. But there's so much. If you've ever read Helter Skelter and you don't start to question things,
If you like a debate and you get the right people, it's a good debate.
well, if you don't start questioning things and the stuff that you're reading and it doesn't make sense, then you're one of the most gullible people on the planet.
Right.
That's the only way to put it.
Diamond Eyes is asking, do you think that Kasabian was the snitch?
Linda, after Linda left, this hitchhiker picked her up and she said that she had killed people with a thought. And the thing is, I'm going to quote Patricia Krenwinkel on her testimony, okay? Let me pull this up really quick. Like I said, I don't like to quote people unless I have it in front of me because I don't want to misquote them.
Misquote, right. You want to make sure the quote's correct. I get that.
Because there's been so much misquote that... Okay, this is what Patricia Krenwinkel said. About August the 4th, 1969, Bobby Beausoleil got arrested for the murder of Gary Hinman. Then one day, Susan Atkins, Leslie Van Houten, and I were speaking about it, and Linda was present. We thought about how to free Bobby. We put a lot of thought into it, and one thought stayed in our minds. We thought of doing some killing, like sidetracking the police to make them believe that someone else did it. Every book about Manson was still written from someone else's mind.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's what I was talking about. Reading Manson in his own words. Even Lynette Fromey had issue with it. But when you actually start to read it, there is some truth to it.
Yeah, you can find a lot of his own words. Like I watched a lot of interviews and only his words, right? I watched the interviews only with him.
Well, here's the thing, and I brought this up earlier, and I believe it was Into the Darkness said that they didn't believe it. In Manson, in his own words, Charlie talks about exactly he was going to leave for good when he found out what the girls had planned. He didn't want any part of it. And when you read Lynette's book, the book was written from journals from when she got kicked out of her house up until after the murders. She brings it up. There has to be truth to it.
Exactly.
So they all had the same, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I'm really excited to dig into this, but you know what, guys? I've been on for 4.5 hours. I'm
gonna go look at your channel.
And I
And
think
check out Goodbye Helter
probably
Skelter.
checking out Ziggy's live. That's what I was showing. I forgot to turn my volume on. She's live and she's sorry or something. I don't know what that's about, but I'm gonna go take my butt a shower. And then I'm going to go watch Ziggy, and you guys will catch me in my community section. But I want to appreciate you guys, Virgo Angel and the Manson Archives, for being here. And I want to apologize for kicking you. I really do have a horrible habit of doing that. It's so bad. And I
I'm glad I got to talk to you.
probably like an idiot. But I'm going to ask that you guys, I think going forward, this is a really good topic of discussion. And I like
if you want to stream the podcast parts, not the live episodes, but the podcast parts of Goodbye Helter Skelter, I would be happy to come on and give a commentary with them with it.
Oh, yay. So we could do that tomorrow. I'm going to have to go search. Hold on. Let me grab a pen here.
Crystal, if you want, you can make me a mod. If you want to, you don't have to though.
Okay. Yeah, I see. My thing is that I've been so jacked over with the mods. It's been bad. Like people come in, they delete my comments, they leave comments, I don't know what the hell is going on, but we've had like situations where people come in and they're like, why'd you delete my stuff? I didn't even know for the longest time that a mod could do that. So I was really confused. Like, I didn't do that. What are you talking about? You know? And it just got to the
Right.
point it was even causing fights like between my subs. And I
Well, don't
can't,
worry about it if you don't want to. It's not
but
a big deal.
I do need to start welcoming some mods back. So that's going to be a process that I'm going to start working on.
I usually don't delete people or anything. I just, like, if you need links or anything, that's what I do.
Yeah,
I don't.
I do need some help. Tonight would have been really helpful. Maybe this one wouldn't have got kicked off the panel if I wasn't so frustrated. But and getting the links and things like that. So I am going to start welcoming mods back. However, I think I'm going to stick with what I was doing before, just during the live. I'll pick a few that are in here, and then after the live, I'll delete them, just at least until I'm more comfortable and I know I can trust
Better anyways.
Not saying that I can't trust nobody, but you guys know, you've seen what I've been through here,
Right.
and
Right.
I
But I'm
just
gonna
don't
jump
want
down.
for confusion for people. And when mods come in and start deleting your comments and leaving comments and playing games, it causes a lot of fights, and that escalated
Right. I
my
understand.
situation. So, but I'm starting to realize now the last couple lives that, I'm getting a little bit of an audience back again. Not now, we only got 24 watching us, but I've been on here for almost 5 hours, and I'm sure there's other stuff going on the streets.
Okay. It was nice talking to you, and thank you, Crystal. I'm gonna jump down.
All
Yes,
right.
thank
I
you
do want to
guys
say
so
something real
much for
quick before I jump down. The 55th anniversary of the Tate LaBianca Shay Hinman murders are coming up. There is going to be a documentary come out on Peacock. I am a part of it.
Oh, yay. I like
people
Peacock.
are going to, let me just put it to you this way. The director, the producers, even at Peacock, people at Peacock have kind of changed their opinion some on how Charles Manson is, because the media has always sold him as this boogeyman, this crazy hippie cult leader. But they're going to be hearing the man who,
They're going to hear him himself and the understandings that he had. I get that.
the man who
And when is
had
this
such a
going to
love
air?
for him. Um, the 55th anniversary of the murders is on the 8th and 9th, and I was told by the director today that they're of August, and I was told by the director today that they're in the process of shooting all of the final stuff, which is the reenactments.
So that they can, wow.
Yeah, I'll be watching for that.
But
Yeah,
this is,
I got a
they're
lot.
going
And you said something else came out this week?
something else came out this week.
Somebody in the chat said something else
Oh.
came out this week on Manson. But that's okay. I have like 30, 40 years of catching up to do. So I think we'll work on that. And I will catch up, and I'll definitely be keeping an eye out on Peacock.
Yeah,
That's one of the only channels I watch when I turn my Roku on.
just send a message over, like leave a comment under the community tab when you get ready to watch
Oh, I will. You ain't getting rid of me now.
and I'll pop
I'll be around.
yeah, and I'll pop in and give commentary as well.
Absolutely.
Now you have to understand that before I go, George knew Charlie for decades as well.
And who's George?
George Stimson. He is partner to Sandra Good. She's also known as Blue.
Okay.
She was one of the so-called Manson family members.
Okay, so I'll learn about that. We'll get it. Now, before I get off of here, do you talk to the guy that looks like him that ain't the son?
No.
Oh, I want to read his letters. I want him to read them all.
The thing about that is there's more to it than Matthew and Charlie did communicate, but at the time he was not known as Matthew. He was known as Alexander.
Okay.
Matthew is just some name he's come up with, but they communicated for a while. And then Charlie's like, they're talking, and Charlie was asking, and then Matthew sent Charlie a letter saying, "Oh, you assaulted my mother," and at this party, and that
Change.
really hurt Charlie, and it pissed him off at the same time. But Matthew took a DNA test against his grandson, Charles Manson's grandson, Jason Friedman, and there is no DNA. They share no DNA.
I'm shocked by that. I am, because
I
I was
don't know why.
amazed. Like, while I was going through this, now are we sure that the other guy is Charlie's? Because that guy don't look nothing like Charlie.
Which one? Mike Bruner?
The other son, yeah.
Yeah, Mike is his. That's his mother was Mary Bruner. That was what they consider the first Manson family girl, and yes, Mike Bruner is 100% Charlie's. And
Charlie's.
we found out recently that Mike found out recently that he has another brother.
Oh.
So Charlie has two living sons. His son Charles Manson Jr., which was mentioned in the parole hearing you heard earlier.
Yes.
He committed suicide in 1993.
Oh, that's so sad.
And you could see Charlie's reaction to that, because see, it kind of upset him. But Charlie has two living sons, two grandchildren, three grandchildren.
Wow, that's amazing. Like, to have to live in his shoes, you know what I mean? Just to be like they're living in his shadow. I couldn't imagine how that must be for them, and the hate they must get just for being born.
Well, when a lot of stuff that went down and the children started getting taken away from their parents, Mike Bruner, for example, his real name is Michael Valentine Manson, but his grandparents adopted him and gave him the Bruner last name, and he kind of grew up thinking that his mother was really his sister for a while or something like that.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I got a lot to learn. But all right, I am going to get off of here. Thank you, the Manson Archives. Please sub up to him and the other channel, which I believe should still be starred.
And
It
give
is.
Goodbye Helter Skelter podcast a sub as well.
Yes, the Helter Skelter podcasts. And I'll make sure next time we come on that I have all of the links ready. How about that?
Well, so the good thing is about George.
This was kind of a surprise tonight, and I'm grateful. Thank you.
Well, the thing about, like I said, about the Goodbye Helter Skelter podcast, George breaks down sections in his book, goes over the evidence, goes over the killer's statements, and it's as close to the truth as you're going to get.
Awesome. I will be waiting for that and watching, and I'll see you guys tomorrow night. I'm going to go find them podcasts at some point in the morning, but I'm going to go. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank
I
you.
really appreciate it. And
Take
you'll see me in
care,
your
everyone.
comment sections all day tomorrow.
Yeah, when you get ready to
Just
do that,
ignore
I'll
me
give a
if I get to be
commentary.
too much.
Yeah, no,
All right.
just if when you get ready, I'll pop on here with you, give a commentary, whatever. Thank
So
you
how
for
about
having
tomorrow
me.
night, guys, about 8 o'clock, have your coffee ready? Does that sound
Okay,
good?
so where are you located?
I'm in Pittsburgh.
Let's say I currently live in Argentina, so I got to figure out that time distance.
Oh, okay. So what's a good
What
time
time
for
is it? What time is it there right now?
It's 11:30 on the nose.
Okay, it's just 12:30 here.
In the night, so you're an hour ahead.
Yeah.
Okay. All
But see,
right.
like my friends in California, like George and Sandra, I'm 4 hours ahead, so it gets a little confusing.
Yeah. So
So
I'll
it's
go live tomorrow at 8, and you just come on whenever you're able to come on. I'll start with going over the podcasts. I'm gonna go find them. But yeah, I am gonna go. I have to go get a shower, and I don't know. I just feel like listening to
Thank you for
music. I'm
having
gonna go. I
me.
want to go listen to Charles Manson music now.
Thank you for check out the Family Jams album as well.
Oh, I definitely will.
Those
All right,
were
guys.
good recordings. Take care, everyone. Thank you for having me, and I'll see you tomorrow night.
Yes, peace and love to you all. Thank you for being here. Mwah. I'll see you
Bye.
tomorrow about 8 o'clock. Bye.
Bye-bye.